Torture, Angels and Demons, Book 2. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Maria Posey. Chapter 1. Today is not the day to mess with me. Unfortunately, there's a demon willing to argue with that. God, it's ugly. Demons are usually beautiful, they have to be, to lure unknowing souls in. But this one has no issue with showing off how hideous it really is. The Kappa stares at me with large, bulbous eyes. It's green in color, scaly, and is dripping with muck from the river that it's just crawled out from. It's got webbed hands and feet, tipped with claws, could tear a human to shreds. I smirk. Luckily, I'm no human. Far from it. I'm standing on a bridge above the river at a local park in town, looking down upon it. It's a lesser demon, some monster that was created by a real demon to cause trouble. Nothing I can't handle. More or less a nuisance. Town, thankfully, is deserted at this time of day. I seriously just want to pick up my textbooks. College starts tomorrow. I don't have time to deal with this bullshit. The bookstore is right there. The demon gives a thick, screechy wail. It bends down onto two long legs and leaps into the air, landing upon the wooden bridge and shaking it. I have to grab onto the railing to keep my balance. You don't want to do this, buddy, I warn. I throw down my purse and open my palm. Magically, a sword appears, a thin rapier with a golden hilt. I've had my fair share of crap to deal with today. The Kappa squeals at me again, which I take as a no. Fine, have it your way. The demon charges. It runs at me full speed, its slick feet slipping on the boards of the bridge. When it draws near, it takes a swing, but its hand uselessly falls through thin air as I take a sharp step to the side. The Kappa stumbles, and I slash the sword upward. Its left arm comes off with a single swipe. Ha! I shout. Faline Delamore 1, Demon 0. When it sees its arm lying uselessly on the ground, the Kappa wails. Green goop slicks out of the open wound and onto the bridge. Its cries get louder and louder. Hey, you asked for it, I say. I rear the sword backwards to plunge it into its heart and end its suffering. But before I can, the Kappa slaps my hand away. It scrambles to the other side of the bridge and kneels. Two wings, green and splotchy with leathery membranes, sprout from behind its shoulders. The Kappa turns tail and takes off, batting its wings. Well, that's a new one, I mutter. I'm tempted to let it go, but I know if any humans spot this nasty thing flying around in broad daylight, that Dad's going to read me the riot act. I have to chase after it. I don't even think about it. My wings, white with a tinge of brown, appear behind me. I squat down, then leap into the air with a powerful thrust. A gust of wind lifts me into the air, and I pump my wings heavily to keep up with the Kappa. It's not a very good flyer. The Kappa bobbles and weaves in the air to get away from me. By this point, we're high above town and concealed within the depths of clouds. I catch up to the Kappa and grab onto its slimy shoulder, raising the sword high. The Kappa snarls. It uses its one good arm to jerk the rapier out of my hand. It tosses the sword away and wraps its long fingers around my neck, choking me. I attempt to wrestle its hands away with my own, but for as gross as it looks, it's pretty strong. I can't keep my wings pumping, and the Kappa isn't able to keep us aloft. We hurtle toward the ground at breakneck speed. The demon panics as we tumble, yet it doesn't want to let go. I raise my right leg and slam my foot into the Kappa's middle, hard. At first, the demon's grip is just as tight, but as I continue kicking it, the demon's hold begins to loosen. We catch up with my sword, which is still falling through the air. I reach out and grab it, delivering a final kick to the monster as I plunge the sword into its heart. The Kappa lets out a cry of suffering as it dissolves into a collection of ash. It spills all over me. I glance over my shoulder to see I have no time to bring my wings out and slow down before I hit the ground. I slam into a collection of tree branches before I come tumbling on top of a car. Not just any car. My beautiful, lovely, piece of crap sedan parked just outside of town. My body crunches into the windshield, breaking it instantly, and makes a huge dent in the vehicle. I groan. I lie there for a few seconds before prying myself off the car. I look down at it and swear. Oh, damn it. My car is totaled. That's what you get for being a Nephilim, I guess. Super strength and a resistance to pretty much everything that can kill you means the car is the victim when you use it as a safety net. Yeah, I don't have the money for this. I grab my phone and dial a number, my stomach wriggling nervously. Dad? I'm gonna need you to pick me up. Roman is not happy. In fact, he's pretty furious. This is the 8th car you've totaled, Faline, he snaps as we pull into our driveway. My car is getting towed to the junkyard. I'm out of a car the night before college. Great. Every single car I've ever wasted is a result of me fighting demons, I rebuke. How is that my fault? Dad lets out a sigh. He gets out of the car and walks around to let me out, a habit that he's never quite gotten rid of. He makes sure to block me in between the sidewalk and the road as we enter our home, a standard 2-story suburban house that's about as boring and plain as it sounds. Roman doesn't like to decorate or do anything fun. Faline, Roman shouts as I scamper to the stairs. I pause on the first step before I turn around to face him. Yes? He leans on the kitchen countertop, raising an eyebrow. In here, please. I sigh dramatically and roll my eyes before I drag my feet to the kitchen. I plop myself into a high-rise chair and ask, what? His gaze is stern, but beyond that lies concern. Are you sure you're ready to go tomorrow? Yes, Dad, I shout. You know ever since I got my acceptance letter that I've been dying to go to Great Lakes State. You've never been in a traditional school, he argues. You've been homeschooled all your life, not to mention you've never stayed anywhere but this house. Exactly. I'm 18 years old, and I haven't even been to a sleepover, I say. I hate that my voice sounds whiny. I've never been anywhere or done anything except hunt demons. I've never even had any real friends. You've never let me get close to anyone but you. My head drops. Every time I show any hint of developing relationships with people outside the family, Dad moved us somewhere else until I stopped trying. Humans aren't to be trusted, he told me. They're weak, fragile, dangerous, meant for us to protect and not to befriend. Dad grimaces. There's a reason for that. I know it wasn't easy growing up, but everything I've done is to keep you alive, to keep the Nephilim Council from binding you. You aren't very careful, Faline. A shadow passes over his handsome face and muddled brown eyes. There's the darkness in him. Even though he's an angel, I know my dad would do anything to protect me, or kill anyone. After he lost my mother in a tragic fire a few years after I was born, he's done everything to keep me safe, and keep me locked up. The Nephilim Council won't find me. They never have, I insist. I'll be at college with a bunch of people my age. It's the perfect place to hide. Do you know what they'd do to you if they found you? Roman gets a cup of coffee. He sips at it tenderly, almost nervously. Yes, I say plainly. I know they'd use me like a slave to kill demons. I don't add that I don't see much of a difference between my dad making me hunt demons or the council, but still. I get off the chair and grab Roman's arm. Please, Dad. Let me do this. We agreed that if things don't work out within the first semester, I'll come back home. You promised. Roman's face is complex, a puzzle. I hope my thoughts aren't so plainly written across my face. Truth of the matter is, I'm sick of hunting demons. All my life, I've done nothing but train to kill the things that haunt people's darkest nightmares. But what about my nightmares? The nightmares of always being stuck here, of being trapped in this 2-story house and this little backwater town forever, always under my father's thumb and watchful eye. What about my freedom? I don't think I can do this any longer. Roman is a good father, and I love him, but I'm suffocating. I need to get out of here, find out what real life is like. The puppy dog eyes must be getting to him, because he relaxes and he strokes my hair. All right, Faline. 1 semester. Yes! I jump up and pound my fist into the air, leaning over to give him a kiss on the cheek. Thanks, Dad. I sprint up the stairs to finish packing before he can change his mind. It feels like I'm flying, though my wings are currently tucked behind me, invisible to the naked eye. College is going to be sweet. I'll finally get to be a normal girl and make some friends. A broad smile stretches across my lips. This is the start of a new chapter for me. I'll finally get away from demon slaying and being controlled. Nothing is going to go wrong. Not one darn thing. Chapter 2. This is so sweet. Great Lake State has the most beautiful campus I've ever seen. Even though it's only late August, the trees are already starting to change color, complementing the brick buildings and modern architecture. A multicolored forest closes in on campus from all sides, except for the north. At the edge of campus lies a long sandy beach, and Lake Superior beyond. The lake disappears into the horizon, creating a scene that looks like something out of a perfect dream. The 4-hour drive from the tip of Wisconsin into Michigan's Upper Peninsula seemed like it took a half hour. My eyes are everywhere as Dad helps me unpack the car. We head inside the freshman dorm. Hell, it's even nice in here. Like some sort of 5-star hotel or something. Dad and I walk into the first dorm on the right, which the sheet on the door says is mine. Dad made sure to pay extra so I'd have my own room. I'm not sure if it was to be nice or to try to keep me isolated so the chances I'd come home would increase. A gaggle of beautiful girls pass by. I turn my back so they don't notice me. I'm suddenly conscious of the baggy overalls and the big t-shirt I decided to wear. Nephilim are blessed with incredibly good looks, but I sure don't act like I have them. I don't know how to dress like a girl. I barely know how to dress like a human being. There's not a lot of pressure to wear anything but pajama pants when all who ever sees you is your dad. The most effort I ever made to get dressed is when we went to the grocery store, or when I put on my leathers to go sleighing. Because anything besides leather totally stains when it comes to demon blood. I put makeup on this morning, but I think I used too much. All set? Roman asks, and he puts his hands on his hips. He looks around at the room he helped me set up. Everything's in order, from the teal bedspread to the little wooden desk in the corner and the fluffy white rug underfoot. I did my best to pick out things that would make it look like a girl's room, to fit in. I guess so. I bite my lip, then lunge forward and give him a big hug. I'm gonna miss you, Dad. He smiles gruffly. Don't miss me too much. You'll be visiting around Thanksgiving. He kisses my forehead, then steps out. Have fun, Faline. If you need anything at all, text me right away and I'll come pick you up. A hollow feeling enters my gut when Dad vanishes from my sight. I suddenly realize I'm 4 hours away from home, in a place I don't know. Alone. I don't want to feel melancholy about my dad leaving. I decide to go out and get involved in something, before loneliness sinks in and makes me do something stupid. I want to be here. I look at the packet my dorm advisor gave me. There's a freshman welcoming party down at the beach. I bet I'll make some friends there. I crumple up the packet and shove it in my pocket, then head down to the beach. Despite the chilly weather, a lot of people are in bathing suits. Most of the girls here are in bikinis that don't leave anything to the imagination. Everyone's laughing, playing volleyball, and blasting rap music. It seems like they're having a good time. I feel so small, like this was a lesson everyone else went over in kindergarten that I never learned as an adult. I don't even know how to talk to people. I've never been around kids my age before. To avoid looking like a jackass, I grab myself a pop. I sip it awkwardly and look around. Where do I go? What do I do? Hey there, sweet stuff. I look over my shoulder to see a drop-dead gorgeous guy towering over me, wearing a tank top and loose swim trunks. He's got sparkling white teeth and light blonde hair that's been dyed brown at the tips. He's got a beer in his hand. Hi, I stutter. I pull myself together and say, "Are you a freshman too?" "Yeah, I'm Cody," he says, holding out a hand. "Faline," I say. I shake it lightly, but his grip is firm. He holds on a bit too long, like he doesn't want to let go. When he finally drops my hand, I add, "Are you from around here?" "Nah, California," he notes. "You?" "Wisconsin." "That's not so far." "No, it's not. I'm so worried that I'll be boring. He won't want to be around me." I flounder for something to talk about. "So, why'd you come here instead of staying out in Cali?" "I got a full ride for football," he says, puffing his chest up like he's super proud. "I'm a running back." "Oh, football," which I know nothing about. "That's nice." "Yeah. Want to see me play?" he offers. "Sure." Grateful I have something to do, I nod. Without asking, Cody takes my hand and leads me across the beach to where a group of dudes are messing around. "Eyes on me, babe," Cody drawls as he saunters over to the group of guys I've affectionately dubbed the douche crew. Seriously, these guys didn't get into GLS on academics, if you know what I mean. Cody starts playing football. I make my way over to a group of blondes who are watching their chosen male compete. All are giggling and talking about makeup. Cody acts like an animal whenever he scores a touchdown, or a goal, or whatever they call it. He keeps looking at me like I'm supposed to be impressed. I smile and clap so I don't look like an idiot. When the game is mercifully over, I was getting so bored. Cody takes my hand again and leads me to the DJ. I notice his hand is sweaty. "Want to dance, babe?" Cody asks. He starts to move. I follow him, bouncing to the beat. My favorite song comes on, a happy pop tune, and I sway even faster. This is actually kind of fun. I'm loving college. Then Cody starts to get too handsy. A rock song comes on, and he turns me around. He puts his hands on my hips and starts gyrating his pelvis against my ass. At first, I'm okay with a little grinding, but when Cody's hands start to wander upwards, I'm over it. "Cody, cut it out," I say, and I smack his hand away. "You're making me uncomfortable." Cody frowns. "I'll be right back." Cody maneuvers through the crowd. I'm left to dance by myself for the next couple of songs. I'm starting to get insecure, thinking he ditched me, before I notice him standing at the edge of the party with 2 drinks. He motions to me, and I come over. "Thought you'd be thirsty," he says, handing me a solo cup. He takes a long sip of his own beer. "I decided to be a gentleman." The second he hands me the cup, I can tell something is off. The Nephilim in me can smell it. What the hell? Cody totally put a roofie in my drink. So much for being a gentleman. Cody pushes the drink towards me again, but I pretend that it slips out of my hands. It spills all over the sand. "Oops. Sorry. I'm clumsy." Cody's eyes are burning. He grabs me by the wrist and pulls me to a dark corner of the beach, then pushes me up against a large boulder. Cody closes in on me and starts placing hot kisses on my neck, against my collarbone. I'm not ready for this. I've never even been on a date, let alone kissed a guy before. Is this normal? "Cody, what are you doing?" I ask, trying to shove him away. "Don't play dumb, babe. You've been giving me looks all night." Cody breathes against my neck. "I know you want me. Let's go back to my dorm." "No, I don't want to." "Come on." Cody's fingers are creeping up the edges of my shirt. I'm starting to panic. I can totally take care of this guy myself. The lowest demon I've killed is 10 times stronger than this guy. But I hesitate. What if I really hurt him? What if, God forbid, I hit too hard and end up killing him? I've never been around humans. I don't know how much they can take, and I don't feel like hiding a body on my first day at college is a great start to my brand new life. The Nephilim Council doesn't know I exist, but they'll find out if I kill a human. They always do. Then I'll be the one who will be killed. Should I just let him kiss me? Should I scream? I don't know. I'm paralyzed by indecision. All I can do is wince as Cody presses inward, curling up his spit-covered lips to encase my mouth. Before Cody can put his slobbery lips on me, he's yanked off by someone twice the size he is. I stumble off the rock and look up. Who would have the nerve to put their hands on a buff football player? When my gaze meets his, I realize that the man who saved me has the nerve to put his hands on anybody. The first thing I notice are his eyes. They're brown, rich, and dark, blazing with a passion and heat I cannot describe. His skin is tan, brunette hair, ruffled and messy, with a jaw that could make any woman moan. His broad shoulders block out the people behind us. He's huge. With a guy like him around, a girl would always feel protected. And his clothes. His jeans and white t-shirt are covered with grease and oil, like he just got done working on a car. His leather jacket is worn and old. I wonder what it would feel like, what it would smell like, draped around my shoulders. Sexy. The dude practically makes my mouth water. This is the hottest guy I've ever seen, no question. This man makes Cody look like an ape. He's so beautiful, it's almost a sin. When the man notices me, he does a double take, as if he can't believe his eyes. His expression changes from rage to disbelief before righting itself back to red-hot anger. Whatever he just showed me, it was a secret. "Get the hell away from her," the man says. His voice is smooth, like velvet, comforting. "Can't you see she doesn't want anything to do with you?" "Hey, no upperclassmen allowed," Cody snarls. "This is a freshman party." "More like a loser's party," the man snaps back. "Talk about lame." "I'm just trying to have a little fun," Cody laughs. "You obviously don't know how to respect women," the man seethes. "Looks like I'm going to have to teach you." Cody opens his mouth to respond, but the guy's fist is pummeling across his cheek before he can say a word. The blow sends Cody back several feet. Literally. His body sails through the air before it goes splashing in the ice-cold lake. I suddenly realize the only sound that can be heard is the music. The party's stopped in its tracks. Everyone stopped to watch what happened, which means they all saw me with Cody and didn't do a thing. Nobody did anything, except for the savior in front of me. Captain Badass turns in my direction. "Hey, do you mind?" he asks, gesturing to me. Mind what?" I blink. Mr. Hot and Sexy doesn't bother to ask again. He stoops down and tosses me over his shoulder, carrying me out of the party. "Hey, put me down!" I exclaim, harassed by one man and carried off by another. I'm not having a good night. I slap his back, but, embarrassingly, I only end up feeling it instead. By God, he's got some muscles, and they're warm. His skin burns underneath me, like he's running a fever. His skin is practically on fire. It's weird. "Just go with it," he says back to me sharply. "What dorm are you in? Ottawa?" "Huron, room 4. I lie limply over his shoulder and allow him to carry me wherever he wants to go. I can't tell if this is embarrassing or if I'm going to be the envy of all the girls and half the guys at school because I'm being carried away by a model. When we get back to my dormitory, the guy puts me down in the hallway. "Sorry about that," he says, "but sometimes you gotta make a scene. It's the only way people will leave you alone." "What do you mean?" I ask, riding my overalls. They got messed up while I was on his shoulder. "The guys on campus won't touch you now," he explains. "They know I'm looking out for you. Nobody messes with me." "And you are?" I cross my arms and raise an eyebrow. "Oh, sorry." He lets out a chuckle, and his bangs fall in front of his eyes. He brushes them back carelessly with his hand, which makes my heart skip a beat. "I'm Thames Deacon." Chapter 3. "What's your name?" Thames leaned against the wall casually. The motion made it hard for me to breathe. "Faline," I whoosh out. "Huh?" "Faline Delamore," I say. That's what I mean, anyway. Delamore. His eyes widen. He nearly stumbles backwards in shock. Again, that same disbelief crosses his face. What's that all about? Is my name funny or something? I ask.
No, just... He pauses. Someone I used to know has that last name. She looks a lot like you, too.
His dark eyes scan over me again.
Almost exactly.
That's great. Why don't you call her up? I'm sure we're good friends, I say sourly. Thames stares. Then he laughs. He shakes his head before asking.
I'm sorry, can I get your first name again?
Faline, I pronounce. My mom's favorite Disney movie was Bambi. She named me after his girlfriend.
Cute.
Thames smiles and moves closer. My heart jumps into my throat.
By the way, don't let stupid guys like Cody take advantage of you. I know a jerk when I see one, and let me tell you, you picked the king of jerks.
He scowls. Thanks for your help, but I don't need anyone to look out for me or protect me. I can handle myself, I say. In fact, I was more than capable of handling things back there.
I believe it,
Thames says.
But at least you won't have to deal with him anymore.
He grins.
Plus, it's a little less embarrassing for Cody to get knocked out by me instead of a girl.
I laugh. Trust me, Thames. If I had hit him, there would be no way he'd get back up. Thames pushed off the wall.
So, do you mind if I hang around for a while? Fend off the bad guys?
He chuckles casually, as if it's some secret joke. You can stay for a bit, I say. I have nothing to do anyway. And I don't want to be alone. I open the door to my dorm. I step inside, and Thames reels back.
Oh my God, teal.
Hey, I like teal, I laugh.
Obviously,
he mutters, hands in his pockets as he looks around.
Looks like Teal threw up, had some nasty sex, and made babies in here.
I giggle. I look in my teal mini-fridge to see if there's something to drink, but it's empty. I forgot we didn't go to the grocery store before we got here. Thames notices.
I'll go get you some water. Be right back,
he says. Make it a pop. Water's nasty, I say, wrinkling my nose. I don't know how people manage to consume something that's so tasteless. When Thames is gone, at first, I feel numb. But as the minutes pass, I realize he's taking a long time. I wonder if he ditched me. A horrible sense of dread comes over me. Loneliness, shock, hits me once again. This was a huge mistake. I should have never gone to college. I should have stayed home and stayed with Dad. Tears are starting to burn my eyelids. I turn back to the door. Despite my best intentions, I start to cry. I want to go home. I feel like a total idiot. This is what I wanted, isn't it? But it's nothing like I imagined. I can't get along with people my age. I've only been here for a night, and already I made a fool of myself in front of everyone. I've been on my own too long. This isn't going to work. I reach for my phone and start texting frantically. Dad, I want to come home. My finger hesitates on the send button. I don't want to be here. I almost got roofied on my first night for crying out loud. But do I really want to give up? Kind of. No. Maybe. I don't know. Before I can send the text, Thames is back.
Hey, Lena,
he says.
Do you like Pepsi or Coke?
Pepsi, I respond, without even thinking about it. Then I realize he called me Lena. Strange. No one's ever given me a nickname before. I kind of like it. Thames hands me the Pepsi and takes the Coke for himself. When I turn back around, Thames notices the mascara running down my face.
Whoa.
He puts the drink down on my desk and walks over.
What happened here?
Nothing. I miss home. I sniff. I've never been on my own before. I sit on my bed. Thames grabs a tissue and starts wiping the black trails off my face.
It's okay. Most people cry on their first day. Those who don't are either too drunk or too stoned to notice that they're on their own for the first time.
Did you cry on your first day of college? I ask, feeling rather pathetic.
So what if I did?
Thames stops wiping off my face and looks at me.
I got over it.
Then, under his breath, Thames mumbles.
I didn't really have a choice. I had to leave home.
What do you mean? Were you kicked out? Thames starts rubbing at my face again. The tissue is black.
Kind of.
Thames' lips tighten.
How much makeup did you put on this morning? Too much. I'm not used to it. I probably look like the clown from It, I complain. It was the clown, honey, Thames tells me as he throws the tissue away. See? I'm so horribly behind on pop culture references, too. I sigh and flop back on my bed. I'm never gonna fit in here. Fitting in is for boring people, Thames tells me. It's more interesting to stand out. Well, I think I did that today. I pull at my pants. Me and my stupid overalls. I look like a girl out of the 90s. Well, wear a dress next time, Thames smirks. You'd look adorable in it. His playful expression becomes something serious. You'll find your way here. Don't worry, everyone does. And whatever it is you're going to become, you'll be great at it, I promise. The words spark a bit of hope in me. Do you want to hang out? It takes all my courage to ask those questions. Tonight? He pauses like he wants to say yes, but then he shakes his head and says, Not tonight, doll. I've got somewhere to be, but maybe later. He snatches my phone out of my hands and punches his number in it before handing it back to me. His fingers nearly burn my skin when they brush across it. Tomorrow, after class, I get out at 5. Oh, okay, I say, holding on to the promise. Tomorrow, then. See you soon, he says, heading out the door. Thames pops his head back in. By the way, I think you look really cute in those overalls. He gives me a wink before closing the door quietly. It leaves me breathless. When Thames is gone, and it's clear he's not coming back, I slip into my comfortable old pajamas and into bed. I feel a little better, though I still can't sleep. What exactly happened tonight? Was it real? It's like Thames showed up as my personal knight in shining armor. Or as a bad dream. His words were so cryptic. What did they mean? He used to know somebody who looked like me and shared my last name? Dad and I are the only Delamores that I know of. I don't have any family out there. I'm a Nephilim. Dad's an angel, and Mom's dead. Her family outcasted her after she ran off with Dad, from what I've heard. And Thames's skin, so fiery, flaming hot. I'd think he was sick with fever, but he didn't seem sick. His good looks, charm, the strength of that punch that knocked Cody back, signs are there that he's not 100% human. But I'm speculating. There are only a few dozen Nephilim in the world, from what Dad told me. The odds of another one being here, at the same university I'm attending, are slim to none. Impossible. Yet I can't shake the feeling there's more to Thames Deacon than meets the eye. Something about that boy, about this whole thing, is off. And tomorrow, during our whatever it is we're doing, I'm going to find out what. Chapter 4. I'm late to my first class, because it took me forever to pick out a dress I liked. Advanced physics isn't something I'm looking forward to taking, but I need a math credit, and Dad insisted I take the highest one they offer. He never allowed me to take blow-off classes growing up. Why start now? Nobody notices when I come in late. I guess in college, they don't care about that sort of thing. I sit in the back, take notes, and listen to the lecture. In all my other classes, I do the same. Sit there, try to look interested. In all my dreams of real school, I'd never expected it to be so dull. Maybe Thames was right, and being normal is boring. My last class for the day is the only one I'm looking forward to. The one class that isn't science or math related, and that my dad doesn't know I signed up for. Ancient history. I'm obsessed with history. Obsessed. Dad doesn't like it, because he doesn't think historians are important people, but I always found it interesting. Instead of taking the back of the class this time, I take the front. I end up sitting next to two girls. One a pretty, preppy blonde, the other goth. Hey, freshman, the goth says, giving a light wave. I turn around, wondering if this is some sort of common greeting. You get lost? They usually don't allow underclassmen in here. I blush. No, my test scores were really high, so they let me sign up for 300 level. Well, look at you, smarty pants, goth girl says with a coy smile. We're juniors, and you'll graduate before we will. Lighten up, Sydney. the blonde tells her. She flashes a brilliant smile at me and says, "Hi, I'm Emily, and the smartass over here is Sydney." "Hi," I say lightly. "Faline, Lena Delamore," I say. I quickly revert to the name Thames gave me. Everyone tries to be someone else in college, right? "Delamore, huh? We have a friend with your last name. Cassia sound familiar?" Sydney asks. "Nah, don't know her." I shake my head. "All that's left of my family are me and Dad." "Huh." Sydney looks at Emily. "Coincidence, then." "So, freshie, liking your first day of class?" Sydney asks, slumping on the table. "Kind of." I chew on my pen. "Though it's not as exciting as last night." "What happened last night?" Emily leans forward, eyes glimmering. I get the feeling she's a gossiping queen. "I almost got roofied by some jerk at a party. Then I was saved and carried out by another hottie." I tell them. "Real hunk. He was like my hero." "Ooh, who was it?" Sydney asks, and she lifts her head up. "Thames Deacon," I say, supposing they don't know him. "Thames!" Both girls croon before looking at each other with devilish smiles. "You know him?" I ask, shocked. "We went to high school together," Sydney says, gesturing to her and Emily. "But he doesn't go here," Emily subs in. "He just pops in and out to visit sometimes." "Visit who?" I ask, confused. "Cairo Cross," Emily says. "His half-brother. Cairo transferred here from Central about a semester ago." "So he could be closer to his girlfriend," Sydney says, in a sickeningly sweet way. She and Emily giggle. "So, Thames doesn't live here?" I ask meekly. "Thames was at school in North Carolina, studying to become a brain surgeon," Sydney quips. "That's what we heard from Cassia anyway, but I don't know if he's still there." Brain surgeon. Wow. "You think a bad boy like Thames has the capability to stay in one place for long?" Sydney snorts. "Nah, that boy's a wanderer." Sydney leans forward to stare off into the distance, dreamily. Bad boy? And Thames knows this Cassia? This girl who's dating his brother? Who shares my last name? Weird. There are way too many similarities here for it to be a coincidence. Still, my dad wouldn't lie to me about having family. Would he? "If you know Thames, you're officially interesting," Sydney says. "We definitely need to get to know you better. We're friends now." "Yes, friends," Emily says robotically, as if I don't have a choice. I smile meekly. "Okay, friends." The professor walks in. He's got golden hair that is starting to gray, and is older, maybe in his 60s. He's dressed conservatively, like you'd expect a college professor to. But when he passes my desk, a wave of magic hits me. I duck my head down and try to hide. I can't be mistaken. I feel his power. This guy is definitely a Nephilim. Most Nephilim can't spot each other on sight or by feeling. They have to be told. But Dad trained me to feel them out and sense them from a distance. I've come in contact with other Nephilim before, but they've never seen me. I've only ever witnessed them from afar, during me and Dad's training sessions. He's got the natural good looks of one, too. His strength is so unbound, I'm surprised his wings aren't showing. He's not being cautious. He truly doesn't think that there are any of his kind around. I start to panic. What if this guy figures out I am a Nephilim? Is he affiliated with the council? Will he report me to them? I start to gather my things, slowly, before Emily looks at me weird, and I stop. I remind myself that there are very few Nephilim in the world. I could be the only one who can tell a Nephilim from a human, based on instinct alone. As long as I don't give any signs, this guy will never know what I truly am. "Good evening, class," the Nephilim says, venturing to the head of the room. "To start, I have a last name, but I consider it irrelevant, and none of you will remember it anyway. As such, you can call me Athaios." Athaios locks eyes with everyone in the room, including me. His gaze hesitates on me longer than the rest, longer than it should. He raises an eyebrow and clasps his hands behind his back before turning away. I swear he knows. If Athaios is certain of anything, he doesn't show it.
We go over the syllabus, and he gives us a lecture on Mesopotamia, breezing by an interesting footnote on an ancient structure called the Temple of Infinite Wonders, and the civilization that used to surround it. No one seems to care but me. My pen is moving so fast upon paper, it's making my hand hurt. Athaios is a wonderful historian. The way he tells history makes it seem like it's a story coming alive. I'm fascinated by every word that comes out of his mouth. But when he dismisses us and the story ends, I'm the first one to gather my things and be out. Athaios glances at me as I leave. It makes me uncomfortable, but at least he didn't mention anything to me. I fiddle with the books as I walk back to my dorm. Even if Athaios knows my secret, I don't want to drop his class. It's so interesting. Maybe he doesn't care I'm part angel. Dad would want me to drop it. Play it safe. See you Wednesday, girl. Sydney calls after me with a wave. We'll be waiting for all the new stories you'll have about Hot Thames. Hot Thames. I'm pretty sure Hot Thames wants nothing to do with me and was just leading me on last night and, hey, Thames says as I slam into him right outside my dorm room. Papers go flying. I smash against the wall and go tumbling. Oh my gosh, are you okay? He says quickly. He reaches out a hand to help me up. I take it, feeling rather light as I rise to my feet. My wings are practically fluttering. I have a bad habit of doing this, Thames mumbles as he picks up my papers. He hands them to me and says, You ready to hang? Is it already 5? I ask, flummoxed. I open my dorm room and chuck my books on my bed. Yeah. Thames leans against the doorway in that casual, sexy way of his. If you're busy, I can just go. No, it's fine. I need some chill time. Where are we going? Town, he says. There's a Chinese restaurant everyone goes to. You'll be obsessed, I promise. He looks around at the teal in the room and pretends to gag. I roll my eyes and giggle. Lead the way. I grab my purse and follow Thames to the parking lot. He moves close to me, his body nearly pressed against mine when we walk. He leans over and whispers, You look great in that dress, by the way. Bingo! Points for me. I'm practically walking on air. I'm brought back to Earth when I see a shiny black crotch rocket parked next to the dorm building. Holy crap! I exclaim as we walk past. Whoever owns that bike is one lucky guy. Thames lets out a laugh. Actually, it's my bike, he says. Really? I love bikes, I say. I proceed toward it. His grin only gets wider. You have a bike? Nah, my dad never let me have one, but late at night, I'd sneak out and steal the neighbor's and ride it around. You stole your neighbor's bike? Bad girl, he teases. I always brought it back and filled it up with gas, I rebuke. Took a couple of crashes before I learned how to ride, though. I figured we could take your car, Thames says. That's why I brought the bike. I reddened. My car, got kind of totaled, I tell him. Something really big fell on it from the sky. Whoa, his eyes widen. Okay, guess the plan's out then. Why don't we just take your bike? I ask. The last time I had a girl on my bike, it, didn't work out so well. Thames admits. He laughs nervously. I'm not breakable. I smirk. I can take it. You're in a dress. I got shorts on underneath. I put a hand on the seat. Unless the bike is just for show and not for speed. Thames grins. All right, put this on and hold tight. He hands me his helmet. Not that I need it. I put it on, then throw my purse into one of the saddlebags attached to the back of the bike. Better hold on tight, doll. Thames whispers to me, and my stomach does cartwheels. I wrap my arms around his thick, strong middle, feeling rather fangirlish. Thames fires up the bike, then takes off, the odometer inching up to 100 miles per hour. Before I know it, I'm flying. And I'm not just talking about the bike. Thames makes me fly. Chapter 5. Thames is a great biker. He knows all the right turns to take, when to take them, how fast to go. I can't help but cheer and laugh every time he increases his speed or turns a corner. But even though we're going way past the speed limit, even though the world around me is nothing but a blur. I get the feeling that Thames is holding back. He's being too cautious with me, like he's afraid he's going to mess up and crash. I'm about to tell him to go faster, just as we pull into the parking lot of the Chinese place. I take the helmet off. I'm about to go in, before something else catches my attention. I didn't know they had a vintage video game store here, I say. The bell on the door jingles as we walk inside the gaming place.
I didn't know you liked them,
Thames says, surprised. I played a lot of video games growing up, I say. I had to keep myself entertained with things I could do by myself.
A girl who likes motorbikes and video games,
Thames says happily.
What a catch.
I smile. I fiddle with the old Nintendo 64 consoles, mess with the Pac-Man arcade game in the corner, and shift through retired PlayStation discs before rifling through the new games they have at the center of the store. "Aw, man, it's finally out," I whisper, lifting up an assassin game that I've had my eye on ever since they announced it. I check the price tag and grimace. Too bad I can't afford it.
"I'll buy it for you," Thames offers. "It's no big deal."
"No way! It's $60, I counter, stunned.
"Like I said, it's no big deal."
Thames takes the game off the rack and goes to the register. He pays for it, then hands it to me, saying,
"Here you go. Though I don't know how you're going to play it without a system."
"You're such a sweetheart," I say, and he grins again. A small dimple appears in his cheek, making him even more charming. I brought a console with me to put in my dorm. You know, just in case.
"Then we can play it together," he offers. "I kinda wanted to play it too. Now come on, I'm starved."
My head is swirling when we leave the video game store and walk into the Chinese restaurant. This dude I just met yesterday dropped $60 on me like it was nothing. He was happy to do it too. Does he want something out of me? This can't be real. The Kung Pao chicken is the bomb. I'm chewing happily as it explodes in my mouth. I'm even making tiny little moans of joy. This place really is incredible.
"Wow, didn't know it was that good,"
Thames says, looking humored. I make noises when I eat sometimes, I explain. I feel my cheeks start to warm. It's kind of embarrassing.
"Don't be embarrassed. It's kind of funny, in an annoying, cute sort of way."
Then, under his breath, he adds,
"There are other ways I could have you make noises."
I nearly gag. Thames laughs and adds,
"I was just joking with you. Lighten up, doll."
I don't know whether to feel happy or sad that Thames was merely playing around. I decide to change the subject. "Sydney said you went to college in North Carolina," I mention cautiously.
"I did."
Thames plays with the chopsticks.
"I was there for 2 years.
"You just dropped?"
"I got kicked out. Anger issues,"
Thames says. I freeze. Anger issues?
"I had trouble getting over a girl."
He shrugs. "Oh, I'm sorry. What happened?" I froze and take a sip of pop.
"She picked my brother."
I spit. My drink dribbles down the side of my mouth and onto my shirt. Thames laughs and grabs a napkin. He reaches over to wipe off my shirt.
"God, you're so messy. It's hilarious."
My full attention is on his hands as they wipe the water off my clothes. His soft strokes make my breath stop. When he pulls away, my mind is whirling. This Cassia chick picked his brother? How? Thames is incredible. He's perfect. Was she out of her mind? I couldn't imagine any girl picking someone over Thames. I haven't asked Thames when he has to leave, or if he's ever going to leave. Suddenly, the need to know how long he'll be staying in the area is impossible to avoid. "I heard rumors on campus that you were here visiting your brother. Are you staying long?" He sits back in the chair, and his shirt rises to show a peek of his abs. The movement makes my mouth water.
"Dunno. I think I'll be around a while. I didn't have a reason to stay before, but..."
He cocks his head.
"I think I do now."
The way he says it, it makes me glow inside. Thames pays for the bill, too. When we get back to his bike, I pop out a hip and say, I want to drive."
"No,"
Thames says instantly, and he shakes his head.
"Not gonna happen."
"You go too slow.
You're being a weenie about it. I tell him. I reach my hand out for the keys. Let me. Thames hesitates. Then, as if he can't resist, he slowly pulls the keys out of his pocket and hands them to me. Okay, don't wreck my bike. I snicker, put the helmet on, and climb on the bike. Thames sits behind me and wraps his hands around my middle. I freeze when he does this. His touch, it's safe and warm, comforting. It's like the only place I want to be in this world is in his arms. Take it slow, okay? Thames says nervously as I turn the bike toward the road. I don't want you to get... Thames' words are lost to the wind as I gun it. The front tire rears off the ground a few inches. Thames holds on to me for dear life as we touch back to asphalt. The odometer climbs past 100 in seconds until we're resting at about 120 on a straight shot. I slow down, but not too much, as we twist and bend around each turn, hugging the corners and running yellow lights. I go so fast on hills that the bike actually jumps into the air a few feet before it comes back down to the road. I have no fear. I'm a Nephilim. This can't kill me, and if my suspicions about Thames are correct, it can't kill him either. He's longing for this. He needs it. Though I've known him less for 24 hours, already I seem to have this magical understanding of what he needs, and what he's been dying for. At first, Thames is tight against me, his body cautious. I eventually feel him loosen and become more fluid. He's happier even. It's like he's been begging someone to come and let him out of the cage another person boxed him in. I skid to a stop in front of my dorm. I hand him the helmet and say, "There, now who's the better biker?" "Damn, girl, you're crazy," Thames says, breathless. His hair is windswept. There's a look in his eyes that's empowered, free. It burns and blazes. His eyes are like a fire that just caught. One that was stomped out, but is coming back brighter and stronger. Am I the first person he's met that truly allowed him to be himself? No restrictions or barriers or worries about what others might think. That's sad. You don't have to worry about being fragile with me, Thames, I say playfully, punching his shoulder. Whatever you can dish out, I can take it. Thames nods. Yeah, Lena, I believe you. Over the next few days, Thames swings by so we can play the new game together. We finish it in a week, and decide to start the game series over from the beginning. Sydney and Emily continue to be welcoming. Athaios, for all his strange behavior on my first day, hasn't done or said anything to me since. Nor has the Nephilim Council been on my tail, so I figure I got off clean. My first few days of college breeze by. I barely notice I've almost been at school for 3 weeks until I look at my calendar. On Monday, on the last week of September, Thames doesn't show up by 5 at my dorm like usual. It's weird. He's never blown me off before, or even canceled. We've texted every day, even when we haven't hung out, but my phone's been silent ever since I told him goodnight the day before. I text him and go to the cafeteria to grab dinner, but an hour later, there's still no answer. It's really strange. By 10 o'clock, I've given up hope that Thames is going to contact me and get ready for bed. I sink into my fuzzy kitty pants and hop into bed, swearing to myself I'm not going to care tomorrow if a stupid boy calls me or not. Then, I feel it. Something's wrong. I hear a crash outside, a muffled cry. I get out of bed and look out the window, scanning the streets. My breath hitches in my throat as I see it. There's a demon on campus. Chapter 6. I'm not getting out of my pajamas, not even for a demon. Grumbling, I put on my tennis shoes and my jacket so I can head outside to take care of the problem. Damn it, I can't even get time off when I'm in school. This is just great. I peer around the corner of the building and look at the demon. It's a common one, an Alp. A familiar that causes nightmares. They torment people and keep them awake so they become sleep-deprived and more susceptible to a major demon's attack. The Alp is scarier than the Kappa. Made of smoke and crumbling pieces of dreams, they usually take the form of people's worst fears. Me? I see it as what it is. It's a humanoid, swirling smoke around it, with long claws, ram horns, and glowing red eyes. It's wandering aimlessly around the campus courtyard, in no direction in particular, as if deciding where to go next. Another created demon, instead of the real thing. As far as I knew, actual fallen angels are incredibly rare. Angels and Nephilim usually hunt demons the minute one ventures out of hell, and so they stay hidden and create familiars to do their dirty work. A real demon nearby must have created this. Alps usually stick around high population places and look for unknowing souls to suck energy out of. A college campus would be a perfect hunting ground. I materialize my sword and go out to deal with it. Everyone's sleeping, so at least no one will see me beat the crap out of this thing. I plan to sneak up behind it, but I'm careless and end up kicking a pop can halfway across the lawn. It attracts the demon's attention. The Alp swivels upon the air and extends its claws toward me, flying at a fast speed. I deflect its claws with my sword. The demon shoots funnels of smoke at me from its hands, meant to choke me, but I roll underneath and swing my sword at the Alp. It results in a miss. The Alp is fast, but I manage to keep up with it, dealing another swing and jab that strikes closer and closer each time the demon dodges. The demon snarls before his face starts to change. His form ripples and bends like water. I pause. Only mortals are tricked by the Alp's impressions. He won't be able to change into my nightmares, because I don't have anything. I'm not afraid of anything. Then the demon morphs into an impression of someone I do know, the face of my father. I reel back. That's not right. Am I afraid of my dad? Or is my worst fear that I'm letting him down? I don't know what to do. I'm frozen. I hold my sword aloft as the Alp approaches. I find it impossible to hurt my dad, even if it's just an impression of him. "Lena!" Someone shouts, and my heart clogs in my throat. I look to the side. It's Thames. To my relief, he doesn't look scared of the Alp, or even bothered at my winged appearance and sword. Rather, he seems concerned for me. My certainty he's not mortal heightens. "Hit it from the left," Thames says. "I'll distract it." Thames runs toward the demon head-on. I don't ask any questions, and duck to the left, like he said. The Alp dances between the two of us, not sure who to strike, before he settles on Thames. He lunges out to gut Thames with his claws. "Thames, watch out!" I cry. I'm certain he's about to be sliced in half. But in milliseconds, Thames moves out of the way and grabs onto the demon's arm, faster than what a mortal can move. "I've got it. Kill it," Thames shouts, wrestling with the demon as it tries to wrench itself out of his grasp. I don't waste any time. I plunge my sword into the back of the demon and twist upward, cutting into his heart. The Alp's head rears back and it bellows to the sky. The ground shakes, and the sky darkens before the Alp crumbles into a pile of ash at our feet. Thames wipes the residue on his pants. "Well, good to know you can handle yourself." My sword disappears. I burst. "You knew I was Nephilim?" "I wasn't sure. I guessed," he explains. "I was actually coming to ask you about it tonight, before I saw you swinging at a demon like it's opening season for the Detroit Tigers." He looks down at my pajamas and smirks. "Nice fuzzy pants." "Shut up," I spit. "You sure acted like you knew what you were doing." "I've slain a few demons in my day," he says. It doesn't bother him that I'm immortal. It almost looks like he's relieved. This only cements the fact in my head that he must be a Nephilim too. But if that's the case, why can't I sense it? I should be able to. "Can I see your wings?" I ask. I take a step forward, wondering if he's hiding them behind his back right now. He laughs. No, you probably wouldn't like that." "Bull crap. Let me see," I say, peering around him. "No," he laughs again, spins around, and holds me back. "Trust me on this one. You really don't want to see them." Then he freezes, as if he can't stand not to ask the question. He says, "Do you like to fly?" "I love to fly," I whisper. "Maybe we could go flying together." He shakes his head. "No, it's not possible." "What?" I'm totally confused. Why? Does he not have wings? He must, if he's part angel. I'm not like you, he says. He lets me go and backs away. That's why. What do you mean you're not like me? I ask. You're not mortal, that's for sure. No, but Thames' eyes contract as a shadow looms in the distance. Someone's walking toward us. Crap. Thames grabs my wrist and pulls me behind the nearest building, the Ottawa dorm. He ducks around the corner and hides there. With a closer look, I realize it's Athaios. What are you freaking out about? It's just my history professor. I grump. He's a little more than a history professor, Thames whispers. He's the head of the Nephilim Council. What? I shriek. I can hear his footsteps. He's coming closer. Shh. My heart thuds against my chest as Athaios approaches. Thames reaches out a hand and drags me behind the wall. He peeks around the corner before drawing back, breathing hard. The way he's acting, it's almost like he's a criminal. I get the feeling you're not supposed to be here, Thames Deacon, I hiss. Quiet, he tells me. He slaps a hand over my mouth and pulls me against his chest as Athaios walks by. Thames keeps me braced against his chest. Crazily, I find I'm unable to move. Nobody has ever been stronger than me. Nobody. Not one person, immortal or mortal, has ever been able to pin me down. Not even my dad. The worst demons I've ever fought can't restrain me. But Thames can. He's got some kind of supernatural strength that's more powerful than mine. I close my eyes and inhale his ashen scent. Wood pulled straight from a fire, a dark night with 1,000,000 stars scattered across an evergreen north. That's what Thames smells like. Enjoying this? Thames whispers in my ear. He's gone. I realize I've been still a bit too long. I pull away and ask, what was that all about? Not here, he says. Come on. Thames heads back to my dorm. Only once we're inside and the door is locked, Thames turns to me. What was that all about? I ask. I grab a bag of cheese puffs and sit cross-legged on the bed. For some reason, I'm freaking starving. Thames climbs on the bed and sits opposite me and leaning against the wall. He looks pale, really nervous. I hand the bag of cheese puffs to him, but he shakes his head and I pull it back. Fine. More for me. Thames takes a deep breath. Okay, this is gonna sound crazy, but I kinda got banned from Michigan. The entire state of Michigan? I hiss through a mouthful of cheese puffs. How the hell did you manage that? I killed a human. I snicker, wiping my nose. Good one, Thames. No, I'm serious. Huh? I lift my head. For real? Yeah. He nods. His eyes are rather hollow. You scared of me now? Frightened to be in the same room with a murderer? I stare back at him. Well, did he deserve it? My brother would say that it's not up to us to decide who deserves death and who doesn't. Thames sighs. And you say? I raise an eyebrow. Thames' face darkens. Oh, yeah, he definitely deserved it. Fine, I shrug. I shove another load of cheese puffs in my mouth. Just like that? Thames is shocked. You're willing to accept that I killed a mortal. I roll up the bag of cheese puffs and put it aside, dusting off the orangey residue on my pants. You're not a bad guy, Thames. Even I can see that. If you killed someone, the world must have not needed them anyway. For the second time that night, Thames relaxes. I thought you'd hate me. I shake my head. Nah, I don't need to know the reason you offed some guy. I trust you. How can you trust me? Thames asks spitefully. The words aren't directed at me, but himself. Self-hatred infects his tone. You barely know me. I know you better than you think. Thames looks like he needs something to ground him right now, bring him back to reality. I suck up some courage, reach out, and grab his hand. Thames looks at our conjoined hands like he can't believe it's happening. He then lifts my hand to his mouth and delivers a soft kiss to the top of it, gaze burning as his gaze returns to me. Thanks, Lena, for understanding. His cell phone rings. He lets go of my hand and checks his messages. Whatever it is, it's not good. I can tell by the look on his face. He gets off the bed and says, "I have to go, unfortunately." He reaches out and flicks the bottom side of my chin affectionately. "I'll be back tomorrow, doll. I promise." Thames leaves. I'm left staring at the impression his body made in my mattress. I don't understand. Every time he does that, he just lights me up, like an inferno, then leaves me here to smolder. All throughout October, Thames hangs out with me less and less, until he's only coming over once a week. I have Sydney and Emily to hang out with, so I'm not really lonely, but I'm lonely for Thames. I hate it when he's away. I want him around every second, every moment, every day. I don't feel right when he's gone. It's like I'm not a complete person if I don't feel his presence in my life. Like my entire being is off. We were so tight, then he just pulled away. He became my closest friend, and then he disappeared, like he's afraid of getting too close. Is he like this with everyone, or just me? Ever since he told me he murdered someone, Thames has been avoiding me. He's being a total jerk. I thought a confession like that would bring us closer. Apparently, it just pushed him further away. "Thames been visiting lately?" Emily asks, one sunny October afternoon. She and Sydney have decided my dorm is better than theirs because I have no roommates, and have taken to treating this place like their own personal house whenever Thames isn't around, which lately is every day. "No," I sigh. "I haven't seen him in forever." "Thames gets moody," Sydney explains. She's on my bed, flipping through an adult store magazine filled with sexy Halloween costumes. "He gets weird from time to time. He has to run off, to be emo, and listen to Screamo or something. He was like that with Cassia, too. There's that girl again. I'm beginning to hate her." "Ooh, I love that," Emily says, as Sydney flips the page. She snatches the magazine out of Sydney's grasp and says, "Forget Thames. Are you going to the Alpha Pi's Halloween party?" "I don't know," I muse, my mind's still on bad boys. "Should I?" "You should. Everyone on campus goes, and we all dress up," Sydney says. "It's a lot of fun." Emily's stomach groans. "Ugh, I'm so hungry," she complains. "I'm starved too." Sydney gets off the bed. "Let's head to Angelo's. Lena, you want to come?" "You girls go," I say absent-mindedly. "Bring me back something. I don't care what." "'Kay." Emily and Sydney head out and leave the magazine face down on the bed. I curl up on the floor, tuck my legs under me, and think. Thames infects all my thoughts these days. It's like the more he stays away, the more I want him. I'm worried that he'll get the idea to cut his visit to Michigan short and leave. When I think about that, I realize that I can't let that happen. Thames is a part of me now. I know it's fast and sudden, but he's my friend. He could even be more. I'm not going to lie to myself about it. I like him. So what? Most girls would. But this connection between us is undeniable. I'm not going to let it wither away just because he's being moody. I have to get his attention somehow, remind him of what we have, what we could be. I glance at the sultry Halloween magazine Sydney left lying on my bed. Thames wants to ignore me? Fine. I'll make sure to do something he can't ignore. Chapter 7. On Halloween, I look in the mirror proudly. This costume took all my allowance money. But oh, it's so worth it. A feathery white corset, tied in the back with lace, pushes up my boobs and pulls my waist in tight. The pleather white skirt is barely a skirt at all. More like a tube that, if I sit or bend down, is going to show my goods to the world. White hose stockings go up to my knees, stopped with a blue lace garter. On my feet are 5-inch sky-high platform heels. I even got the cheap, fake white wings with synthetic feathers. I did my hair so it's in big, bouncy curls, and made sure to watch some makeup tutorials so I could do my face up like a movie star. I look hot and totally badass. This outfit would make a Playboy bunny blush. I grab my handbag, but hesitate. Do I really want to go out in this? The costume could totally damage my reputation. I look in the mirror again and decide that I don't care what anyone else thinks, nor what their opinion of me is. I like how I look. I'm doing this for me. The biggest frat house on campus is having a Halloween party. Emily and Sydney will be there, and I'm not touching a single drink. Besides, if I know Thames, I won't be there long. The thudding bass inside the frat house practically makes me lose my hearing. It's so crowded that people are packed in like sardines. There are tons of sorority girls wearing costumes just as sexy as mine. But I'm the person everyone looks at when I walk in the door. Yeah, that's right. The sweet freshman girl who wears baggy overalls decided to become a vixen for a change. Don't get used to it. Emily's mouth drops open when she sees me. She's dressed up as a cute bumblebee, which so fits her personality. Wow, she says. Angel, huh? Sydney asks. Of course, she's a vampire, though her gothic attire hasn't really changed much. All she did was add a cape and fangs. I gotta say, Lena, your personality isn't very angelic. There's irony in it, believe me, I say. I look around the party for a familiar face, but I don't see Thames. Of course he wouldn't be here. Parties aren't his thing, but word around campus spreads quickly. At least, that's what I'm counting on. Emily, Sydney, and I mingle with the other students and keep ourselves entertained by seeing how much people can drink. But during the costume contest and the drinking games, I'm totally distracted. It's getting later and later, nearly midnight. I got here hours ago. I'm getting tired of warding off advances from frat guys. Where is he? When the bell's about to strike midnight, I tap Emily's shoulder, feeling defeated. Hey, I'm gonna head back to my dorm, I tell her. You sure? Want us to walk you out? She shouts over the music. I shake my head. No, I'm okay. Lena. A familiar voice hits my ear. I smile, hope recovering. Finally. Better late than never. I put a sultry smile back on my face and turn around. Thames is standing there, not dressed in a costume, and looking pretty pissed that I am. However, the sight of me in my little outfit has him temporarily stunned. His eyes run up the stockings and grow wide at the corset before settling on the too short skirt. He stares for a few moments and licks his bottom lip. God, I want to kiss him right now. The thought hits me so hard I don't have time to render it. I just let it come. Thames rips himself out of whatever trance he's in and snaps, "Why the hell are you wearing that?" I'm an angel, Thames. I pout my lips out. Happy Halloween. Take that off. It's not a costume. It's lingerie. Oh, take it off, I say, and I raise an eyebrow. I pretend to fiddle with the corset ties. Alrighty then, whatever you want. Stop. You know what I mean. Let's go. Thames snaps, staring forward. I bring up my hand to hold him back. I'm not leaving, Thames, I say. In fact, the only way you're going to get me out of his party is if you drag me out. Otherwise, I'm perfectly happy here. Wish granted. Grumpily, Thames bends down and scoops me up, one arm tucked underneath my knees and the other at my back. He starts carrying me out of the party, yelling at anyone who gets in our way. What are you staring at? Thames growls as he catches a jock looking up my skirt. The jock quickly averts his eyes. Everyone pretends they don't notice what's going on. I make a show of acting like I don't want to leave, cussing him out and kicking. But as I curl my arms around Thames' neck, I allow myself a tiny grin. I got what I wanted. Thames plops me in his truck, then wrenches open his door on the driver's side. It shakes the whole vehicle when he slams it shut. What's the matter, Thames baby? You jealous? I ask. No, he lies. I just don't think it's okay for you to be prancing around campus in nothing but your underwear. I have underwear on under this costume, thank you very much. I object. Wanna see? Thames chokes, then recovers to deliver a smart-ass response. What is it, butt floss? Shut up, I laugh. Thames starts up the car, and I ask, where are we going? You're hungry. He pulls away from the school and drives to the nearest fast food joint. How do you know? I hadn't eaten dinner tonight, vain as it was. I was worried I'd look bloated in my costume. I just do. Thames pulls in the drive-thru. What do you want? I tap my chin. A burger, large fry, and a chocolate shake. Sure your corset can fit all that? He grumps. Oh, quit pouting and buy me food. His mouth opens in rage, and I snicker. Tormenting him like this is so much fun. I like being bossy. We sit in his truck and eat. Thames wasn't hungry, but I forced him to get something because, I'm not going to sit here and eat a whole feast by myself when he's mad at me. You didn't have to do that, Thames says, crumpling up the bag. You could have just called. I have been texting you and calling. I say, sipping my shake. You haven't answered. I've been busy. Too busy for me? I shove a bunch of fries in my mouth viciously. It's not like that. Uh-huh. My mouth is still full of fries. You make time for the people you care about, Thames. Otherwise, you don't care about them at all. Don't be like that, he says. You have no idea what's going on in my life right now. I tilt my head. I would if you'd just tell me. Not that simple. Why do men make everything complicated? No. You made everything complicated. With that thing. Thames waves to my outfit. You weren't paying attention to me, so I figured I'd get eyes on me elsewhere, I say. It's definitely unforgettable. Thames mumbles under his breath. Do you know how many guys were looking at you tonight? And not in a good way, Lena. I can take care of myself, I mumble. I'm a Nephilim, I get you're strong enough to defend yourself, and women shouldn't have to worry about being attacked, no matter where they are or what they're wearing. But unfortunately, we live in a shitty world with shitty people who don't respect rules. Thames bunches his hands into fists. Or women. How dare you? Women should be allowed to dress however they want, wherever they want, and go wherever they want to without the fear of being attacked, I say harshly. I'm a feminist, sir. I'm a feminist too. I believe women are equal to men in every way. His eyes chance a dirty glance at my costume again. In some ways, better. But there are jerks out there who believe you deserve to get attacked just for wearing something like that. I'm beginning to think you're a chauvinist, I quip, then pause. Or you're trying to play the hero, the knight in shining armor, coming in and saving the damsel in distress. Well, let me tell you, honey, this damsel doesn't need saving. I'll kick the dragon's ass before you even get your armor on to come save me. Look, Thames let out a whoosh. It's just, one of my friends got raped, okay? She went through a lot. I don't like to talk about it. Thames hunches his shoulders and looks out the window. I can't stand the thought of that happening to anyone, especially you. Something clicks into place. You killed her rapist, I say softly. Didn't you? That's why the council is after you. Yes, he looks at me. And I'd do it again. I'd do it to any man who thought of violating someone in that way. Well, the council is a bunch of assholes. He deserved it, I say, eating my last fry. Sad face. Doesn't matter, he says quietly. I have to live with that and be an outcast for the rest of my life. He glances up. Still, it was an equal trade, more than fair. My respect for Thames has grown tenfold. I didn't think it could get any bigger after tonight. I don't know if you did the right thing. I don't even care, I say. Morals aren't black and white. Anyone who thinks so is kidding themselves. Thames chuckles as he puts the truck in drive. Don't tell my brother that. When we get back to my dorm, Thames looks nervous. He walks me to my door, but before I can go inside, he grabs my shoulder. I can't stay. I wish I could. He grimaces. But I have friends who need my help, and I kind of left them hanging to be with you. You did? I ask, surprised. Now I feel kind of bad. It doesn't matter now. They've probably got it handled, he explains. But there's something else I have to do. Do I get an explanation? Not this time. I know it's Halloween, but it's nearly 1 a.m. Can you promise to stay in for the rest of the night? I'll totally make it up to you if I have to, Thames begs. I wasn't planning on going anywhere, but I pretend to make a show of it. I don't know. His eyes are begging. It's like he's really worried. What sort of trouble does he think I'll get into tonight? I cave and say, "Okay, Thames, no more hijinks tonight." "Thank you." His body stiffens again. "Just try to be safe, okay? There are a lot of demons around here. I get that you're nearly indestructible, but to me, you're still breakable." He brushes back a strand of my hair and tucks it behind my ear. The movement, it's flawless. Perfect. Then Thames turns on his heel and shouts over that shoulder, "And take off that damn costume." I giggle. I head inside my room and lock the door behind me, sighing. It wasn't a kiss, but it was something. Thames has feelings for me. I know it. But someone or something is preventing those feelings from becoming more. I take off the costume and change into my normal clothes. Despite what Thames said, I'm not staying in tonight. I'm going to follow him and find out exactly what he's keeping from me. Chapter 8. I tail Thames at a distance, staying hidden in the shadows of the dorm buildings. I thought he flew on campus, or took his truck. But I'm surprised to find that his bike is parked neatly in the lot at its usual spot. Snow has been overdue up here for a few weeks now. We've gotten lucky with the nice weather we've had this year. Why is Thames still riding his bike? Thames fires up his bike and drives away. I unleash my wings and take to the night sky. I can fly just as fast as that bike can go. He's not getting away. After about a half an hour flight, Thames pulls into a drag strip that's lit up with spotlights and loaded with people. The stands are full. I can hear the sounds of motors and screeching tires even from up here. Street racers must have taken advantage of the good weather and dry asphalt and decided to have a Halloween race. I land behind the stands and throw the hood on my jacket up to conceal my face. There are tons of people here. It's packed. Despite the chill in the air, there are girls wearing cut-off shorts and tank tops with no bras. The sound the engines make as cars take off 2 by 2 makes me grit my teeth. It's loud enough to shatter my eardrums. I spot Thames lining up to race at the end. I climb into the stands and take a seat by myself, far removed from the crowds. Thames is going last. It's going to be a while before he races. I observe the competition and wait. I like drag racing. It's fun to watch. But it's a little too cold to be out here. As a Nephilim, I'm not really bothered, but I can't help but wonder why Thames ditched me to come here. Is it some sort of pride race or something? When Thames finally gets to the starting line, an hour later, I'm on the edge of my seat. His opponent is a guy in a souped-up '67 El Camino. Despite the modifications, I snort. The driver should be smart enough to know never pit a hot rod against a bike. Stupid. He's going to get creamed. The driver revs his engine and does a burnout before shooting past the starting line. He backs up to settle at the red light. Flames shoot out the exhaust before firing out the pipes, sticking out of the hood. I think that the driver was an idiot and blew his engine, or otherwise messed up the car. But no, the car's fine. The fire continues roaring out the pipes as if nothing's wrong. The flames are coming out of the hood and exhaust on purpose. The crowd roars and the driver grins. His smile reveals pointed, crooked teeth. These aren't normal people, and that car is magic, dark magic. They're demons in their human form. I have to glue myself to my seat and force myself not to panic. I'm surrounded by demons everywhere, and I didn't even know it. Everyone else had normal modifications on their cars, not magical ones. It's rare for me to come across a demon, a real one, not a creation. I've only slain a few, and they've usually been in their true form, not disguised as humans. I can't see them as I can see Nephilim. I haven't encountered them enough to learn how. I've been a sitting duck this entire time. My first thought is to fly away, but I can't leave Thames here on his own. What the heck is he doing at a drag race for demons?
He's gotta know they're not mortal. Thames inches the bike forward. His eyes are on the red light, waiting for it to turn green. He revs his bike, and flames well around the wheels. They consume the bike completely, until the crotch rocket appears to be nothing more than a motorbike made up of flames. Thames remains on top of it, appearing completely unhurt. My mouth drops open. The light flashes green, and Thames and the El Camino take off. The race doesn't last long, shorter than 13 seconds, but to me, it seems like it takes an eternity. The bike and the El Camino originally start off side by side, but Thames guns it and ricochets down the speedway before the other driver knows what's happening. The driver of the El Camino loses control and veers to the side. A parachute releases out the back, slowing it down to a stop. Thames doesn't even bother to look back. I knew Thames would win, but when he crosses the finish line first, I can't help but give a gasp of relief. I was holding my breath. Thames gets back in line to race again. I stand. I've seen enough. I jog down the stands, then run as far away from the dragway as I possibly can, until I have enough distance from the track that I can take off easily without being seen. I fly back to my dorm faster than I've ever flown in my life. Not even the brisk night air can wake me from my horrifying reality. When I get back to my dorm, I try washing my face with cold water to wake me up from this bad dream. It doesn't help. I can't get the sight of the flames, the bike, and of Thames out of my head. I'm not like you. The words make me sick. He's right. He's not. The scariest part about it is that Thames' race today only made him hotter in my eyes. The attraction isn't dulled at all. If anything, it's 10 times worse. I gulp. This is bad. I think I'm in love with a demon. Class goes by in a blur the next day, and for the rest of the week. Thames texts me to hang out, but I make excuses. I can't face him right now, not after I know what he is. I'm not sure how I'm going to react to seeing him. The entire dynamic between us has changed now. Thames is a demon, and I'm a demon huntress. This isn't going to work. It can't, just by the laws of nature. I can't have been that blind. Thames would have left more signs if he was a full demon. I would have figured it out by now. He's too human. He's got to be a half-breed, a cambion. That only settles my nerves a little. Half-breed or not, he's still got demon blood, at least 50%. Thames doesn't seem like he has a bad bone in his body, but at least a part of him is technically born evil. He has a brother. Is that guy part demon too? Or something else? Was it the demon in him that prompted him to take a human life? I return to the dragway every night, but I don't see any posters advertising another competition until Saturday. I take a flyer and stuff it in my pocket. I've been fighting with myself all week on what to do, but when Saturday comes, the decision is made. This'll definitely be the last race of the year. Snow is coming, tonight. All the demons will want to get their last kicks in. It's my only chance. Hey, buddy, do you mind if I borrow that? I sashay up to a demon at the raceway after midnight. It's really hard to resist the urge to slay them all. The demon gets off his Ducati as I come near, and I bat my eyelashes. Want a race? The demon seems shocked. I nod. Yeah, you mind? You want to borrow my bike? His voice flatlines. I don't even know you. Get out of here. Come on. I have been watching all night, and it's the last race of the season. I haven't got to race. Not once. My voice rises higher, becoming girly. I purposefully wore a low-cut shirt. I lean forward to give him a glimpse of the girls. Please? Oh, let her have it, one of his friends adds. It's not like we didn't bring 5 more. She crashes, we can easily replace it. 5 more? Is this demon rich? What does he do when he's not devouring souls? Play the stock market? The demon hesitates, eyes scanning me up and down. Fine. The demon hands me the keys. Just don't break it, and you owe me later. He raises his eyebrows in a very intentional way. You can wait for me at the end of the track, I promise. Before he can say no, I snatch his helmet and put it on.
then climb on the back of the Ducati. I jet off. By the time the demon comes back to collect his debt, I'll be long gone, hopefully. I make sure to line myself up so Thames and I will be pitted against each other. It's a long wait, but I'm willing to bide my time. Thames doesn't even glance at me. He can't recognize that I'm a woman underneath the bulky race suit I put on. I bought it years ago, just in case Dad ever broke down and let me have my own bike. He never did. So I held on to it and brought it to college, on the off chance I'd get to ride again. It seemed silly to pack it at the time, but now I'm grateful I did. It's our turn. I roll the bike up to the red light and get ready. Thames fires up his bike, and flames begin wrapping themselves around the crotch rocket once more. It's mesmerizing. A fair race, a bike against a bike. Thames isn't bothered. He doesn't even look at me. This is just another race for him, one he thinks he's going to win. I tighten my hands on the handlebars. Bring it on, pretty boy. The light turns green. Thames instantly shoots out, but I'm right on his tail. The Ducati has more power than I thought it would. It takes all my strength to hold on and keep it straight. If I was immortal, I would have been thrown off. Gotta take it careful. But this is a drag race. It's all about speed. I push the bike to its limit. Thames is still ahead. His jump start gave him an edge. Yet the Ducati is faster. I press myself into the bike and hold on tight, aiming it toward the finish line. I'm able to inch forward in front of Thames, and his head whips to the side as I pass. I cross the finish milliseconds before he does. My time is shorter than his on the clock. I did it. I beat him. The two of us slow to a stop at the end of the track. We pull off the main dragway and into a parking lot. Thames is stunned, I can tell. The fact that he's been beaten by an unknown racer is killing him. "Hey man, good race," he says as he pulls the bike to my side. "Congratulations. No one's ever beaten me before." I pull off the helmet, slowly. I set it on the seat and shake my hair loose. Thames' jaw nearly hits the pavement. "Lena?" "Surprise," I say. It's the moment of truth. He was caught in the act, so he can't deny it, lie about it, or run away. I've backed him into a corner. I get off the bike and prop it up on its stand. "Shocked that you were beaten by a girl?" "Lena, what are you... This isn't..." He flusters for excuses, but I cut him off. I look him directly in the eye. "I know, Thames. I know you're a demon. You've got 5 seconds to tell me everything." Chapter 9. Thames swallows. He rubs the back of his neck and says, "What do you want to know?" "Everything. From the beginning," I state. "Leave nothing out." Thames opens his mouth to answer me, but before he can, an unwanted voice breaks in. "Oi, girlie, my bike." I grumble as the demon I borrowed the bike from saunters toward me, grinning widely. He was waiting for me at the end of the track, like I told him to do. I hoped he wouldn't care that much. Damn. The demon slides to my side and puts an arm around my hip, drawing me to his slimy shoulder. "That was some pretty sweet racing, baby. I'd love to have you on my team." The tip of his forked tongue slides out to lick my face. I wince. Gross. "Back off," Thames growls, rounding on him. He grabs the demon by the front of his shirt and rips him off, tossing him away. "She's mine." The demon stumbles to catch his balance. His eyes flicker from Thames to me before he says, "Oh, I get it. Wanted to show your boyfriend up, huh, girlie? Well, I can give you a better time than he ever could." "Leave," Thames snarls. The demon raises his hands. "Fine, man. She's all yours. But you should probably know your girl was flirting with me earlier." The demon winks at me. "If you get tired of being lonely, baby, you know where to find me." Thames gives me a dirty look as he slides onto his crotch rocket. I glare at the demon as he grabs his bike and rides away. For a demon to be scared of a half-blood, Thames is powerful, more than I accounted for. He's even more dangerous than I imagined. "I'm yours?" I raise an eyebrow. "Since when did you make that decision? Did you think about consulting me about it?" Thames snorts. "Get on," he says, pointing to his bike. I do so and grab onto Thames' middle. It's rigid and stiff. He's not happy with me. Who cares? I need answers. Thames fires up the bike and leaves the dragway. He takes us down a few winding roads until he reaches a log cabin deep within the northern wood. It's so secluded that even if you knew where it was, you'd have a hard time finding it. The Nephilim Council would be hard-pressed to discover him out here. His truck is parked in the driveway. I get off. Thames parks his bike in the one-car garage nearby. Thames stomps, literally stomps, his feet up the porch steps. He opens the door with his keys, then punches it open. I step inside and take a look around. It's a casual hunter's cabin, nothing too fancy. I'm not even sure it has electricity. Thames throws a few logs in the fire and lights them with a jet from his hand. He sits on the rug near the fireplace. I sit across from him. There's a few moments of silence, tension. We're both scared of what he's about to say. Then Thames takes a breath. My mother was a human. My father was a demon. Was? I raise an eyebrow. He died a few years back. He was killed by my brother's girlfriend, Cassia. There's that name again. She's a... Yes, a Nephilim, but she never knew it. She awakened late. Thames shifts. She got her wings while trying to save my brother. My dad was going to kill him. A Nephilim girl who looks like me, who shares my last name. This is too much of a coincidence, I say. I know. Thames nods. But I haven't pursued it. I'm just trying to figure it out. Is your brother a Cambion too? No. He shakes his head. He's my half-brother. My mom loved an angel and a demon. He's a Nephilim. Wow. I breathe. That's incredible. For a woman to have a relationship with not one, but two immortals, insanely rare. Isn't it? Thames frowns. As far as I know, I'm the only one of my kind, or the last. The loneliness in his voice makes me ache. Though it's his to bear, it hurts me. One thing I don't get, I start. Demon drag races. Why? I set them up. It keeps them preoccupied, he says. Gives them a distraction from going after humans. So, you host races and hope demons come, so they don't hunt humans? I ask. Sounds absurd. I try. He looks up at me. If they're entertained, they won't get bored and go searching for souls to consume. Why doesn't the Nephilim Council interfere? They don't know about it. He narrows his eyes. As far as I'm concerned, as long as they aren't hurting anyone, I'm content to let demons be. I've been fighting them for years, and it's too difficult to kill them all. Easier to just keep them contained. I hadn't thought about it that way before. I observe the dark cabin. You stay here? I ask. Only when I'm visiting Cairo. It's a safe house. Most of the time, I'm somewhere else, he explains. I've never hung around Michigan this long, not since I was banned. If the council finds out I'm here... Don't say it. I think I'm going to be sick. I shake my head and ask, Thames, why didn't you tell me? He gives a dark, heartless laugh. Tell you what, that I'm a demon? You're not on amicable terms with them. I saw how you slayed the Alp. You hate demons. I can tell by how you treated that monster the night you killed it. My mouth is very dry. That was different. I didn't know. How does it make it any different? He snaps. Your soul, it comes from heaven. Mine? I'm destined for hell. Have been since the day I was conceived. No, I say sharply. I sit up on my knees and cup his head with both hands. I don't believe that. Not for a minute. You don't belong in hell, Thames. I don't care what you've done. Thames stares at me. His eyes are swimming. He nearly looks like he's going to cry. He pulls away from my grasp. It feels like he stabbed a knife into my gut with the movement. It's not going to work, Thames says. I'm a Cambion. You're a Nephilim. They're two opposite things. So what? I ask harshly. It's never been done before. Who says we can't work it out? You're wrong. I've already tried to love someone, and it didn't work, Thames says. I've been fooling myself these past couple weeks. I'm not good for you, Lena. I'm not good for anybody. He raises his watery gaze to mine. I'm leaving. Tomorrow. Best thing you can do is just leave me alone. I slowly stand. My lip wobbles. Fine, I say thickly. You want to be alone? Be my guest. I walk out, before he can stop me. Not that he would. Not now. I run outside and take to the air. The next morning, I hate myself for leaving Thames there all alone. Hate isn't even a strong enough word. I despise myself for abandoning him. I knew he needed someone there, needed comfort, despite what he said. But I didn't stay. I left him there, fled because it was too hard, because he hurt me, and I couldn't stand it. I ran. He pushed me away, and I wasn't smart enough to force myself to stay. I forget about going to class. I forget everything. I just stay in bed all day and try not to cry. There's a knock on my door after 5. I get up, hoping it's Thames, but my heart drops when I see Sydney and Emily. "Hey, girl," Emily says. She looks concerned. "We didn't see you in class." "Yeah, we texted you, but you didn't answer." Sydney's usual carefree manner is gone. She notices the bags under my eyes. "Have you been crying?" I ignore the question. My phone was off. I step aside to let them in. Sydney hops on the bed, and Emily takes the rug. "What's up?" Emily asks. I shrug. "Nothing. Thames just doesn't want to see me anymore." Emily and Sydney glance at each other. They hold their gazes for a few moments before Emily gives an unhelpful, "Oh." "What? What is it?" I ask. "It's kind of a Thames thing," Sydney says. "He gets scared and runs off. He did that to Cassia, too." "Yeah, like a lot." Emily subs in. "What do you mean?" I sit next to Emily, interested. "Cassia broke Thames' heart," Emily clarifies. "She didn't mean to, but she did. He was torn up about it for a long time after she officially decided to go out with Cairo." "Wasn't that years ago?" I wrap my arms around my legs. I thought he'd be over her by now. "Pain like that doesn't just go away when you meet someone," Sydney says. "It takes time to dissolve." I shrug. I wouldn't know. I've never had anyone like Thames. "Look, Lena," Emily puts her arm around my shoulders. "We don't know Thames very well. He's been in school with us since kindergarten, but you've only known him a few months, and you're already closer to him than we ever were. He's keeping his distance because that's what Thames does. He goes away, then he comes back. If he really likes you, he'll come back." Do I really want to be with a guy like that? I wonder aloud. "It's up for you to decide," Sydney says. "If it were me, I couldn't put up with it. But if Thames has your heart, you might as well follow it." "That's surprisingly sweet of you to say, Sydney," Emily says, giving her friend a coy smile. Sydney shrugs. "What can I say? I know about love." "How do you know about love? Your last boyfriend sucked." Sydney and Emily start bickering. I lie down on the rug and think. Thames has my heart already. I know that. But who has his? Is he even able to give it to me? Or does it still belong to someone else? Someone who doesn't even want it? "Tell me more about Thames' ex," I say aloud. Both girls stop fighting. "Cassia? She's not really his ex," Sydney says. "They kissed a few times, but they never formally dated. She's a nice girl. I want to meet her." The girls glance at each other. "Now?" "As soon as possible." "She's at flight school," Sydney says. "I'm not sure when she'll have any time off. She barely hangs out with us anymore." "She's studying to be a pilot, too? Does this girl have to one-up me on everything?" "Your green-eyed monster is showing," Emily says. She grabs my knee and shakes it. "Be cool. Cassia's awesome. We like her. You will, too." I stick out my lip. Could I like someone who could possibly be keeping Thames from me? Someone who broke Thames' heart? Regardless, it's not her fault. If he's still hung up on her years later, he's the one refusing to let go. This is all so new to me. It figures Cassia would know what she wants for a career. I don't even know what I want to be. I've been locked up my whole life, and have only been let out to kill things. I'm just starting to figure out who I am, starting to have friends, and date, and explore life. Maybe I'm not ready for a relationship anyway. But then again, I'm not sure if you're ever ready. You just go for it. "You need to party," Emily suggests. "There's a kegger going on at Sigma Zeta. Let's have some fun." "That lame-ass frat? That's asking for a harassment charge. Lena needs to relax, Sydney says. She hops off the bed and goes, "Let's go see a movie. You can even be my date." "Just call her Sid," Emily laughs. Sydney pushes her over. The rest of the day is a little better. We go see a movie, and the girls take me out to a bomb ice cream joint across town. I'm feeling a little better after I come back to my dorm, after I've eaten my feelings with a triple chocolate sundae covered in Oreos and gummy bears. But Thames is still haunting me. I hope the girls are right, and he comes back. It's only been a day, but this waiting is killing me. Emily and Sydney drop me off at the door to my dorm. I walk inside my room and nearly fall down when I see who's waiting there. "Dad!" I gasp, and I shut the door behind me. Roman is standing in my room with his hands in his pockets. "What are you doing here?" "I teleported," he says. "I need to talk to you." I grimace. I don't like teleporting. I'm not very good at it either. I'd rather fly than phase. Not Dad. He's an expert at it. Like everything. It reminds me how much I don't measure up. "What do you want to talk about, Dad?" I go to sit down, but he holds me back, turning me to face him. This is serious. He pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket. "You're failing, Faline. Nearly every class." He hands me the paper. I look at it in dread. It's not as bad as he's making it out to be. I'm getting C's. I'm passing. But for my dad, it's not good enough. He expects more. "You hacked into my student profile to look at my grades?" I ask. It's believable that my dad would do it, so I'm not shocked. But I still feel offended. That's supposed to be private. "Apparently, I'm the only one doing it," he says. "You haven't logged in to check since you started your first week of classes." He crosses his arms. "You know I'm only hard on you because I care. I want you to succeed and go on to make the world better, and you're throwing it all away." I wince. My grades have been slipping. I've been so distracted by Thames and having fun at college that I haven't been studying hard. In fact, the only course I have an A in is ancient history. Something hits me. Maybe my bad grades aren't a result of me being distracted after all. Maybe I just really, really hate the classes I'm taking. Maybe I don't want what my dad picked out for my life. "Sorry, Dad. I'll try harder." "Sorry isn't good enough," he bellows loudly, and I flinch. "You're my daughter. You're supposed to be the best. We agreed that if I allowed you to come here, one of the conditions was that you maintain a 4.0 average or better." "Allowed me to come? I'm a grown woman. I'm of age," I shout. "You couldn't have stopped me from coming if you tried." "Oh, I couldn't." Electricity sparks in the air, the lights dim, and my father's power swirls around me. It turns inward, suffocating me. "You have no idea what I'm capable of, Faline." I swallow. My father's a powerful angel. I've never seen him in his true form, only his human form. And I don't really want to. I'm scared of the angel in him. "Dad?" Dad's eyes flicker to the fake wings hanging on the closet door. I left them there on Halloween, and they've been there ever since. His rage only grows. "You're wasting your talent. Is this what your mother sacrificed herself for?" He roars. "Is this what she gave up her life for you to do? To go to parties and make friends?" "It was only one party," I whimper. "It doesn't matter. No parties." Roman grabs the wings off the door and tears them in half. He throws them on the floor, and the synthetic feathers go fluttering everywhere. "No foolishness. No frivolity." Roman points a finger in my face. "I've spent the last 18 years doing whatever it took to keep you safe. And you repay me like this, by acting like a mortal?" He hisses. "You're not a mortal, Faline. You're a Nephilim. You have a greater destiny that I'm trying to prepare you for. Being at college is a distraction." He shakes his head. "I knew you weren't ready for this. You're fated to be something great, Faline. This is important for the future, for the world's future." "Dad, please." I step forward, begging now. "Please don't make me go home. I'll do anything. I just want to stay here." I take in a gasp to keep from sobbing. "I just want to stay." Dad looks down at me. His gaze is so cold. so removed. He shoves past me. I will honor our deal, but you'd better honor your end as well, Faline. Either raise your grade point average and continue down the path we decided for you, or I'm yanking you out and taking you back home. You'll do college at home, under my supervision.
Roman vanishes. I'm quivering so much, my knees are shaking. It's not unusual for him to blow up on me. He always pushed me hard, even as a little girl. But being gone for a few weeks made my immunity to it go away. I got used to not being yelled at while living at GLS. It stings worse than before. Is there even a point in trying to rebel? He's probably already made up his mind. His pride will allow me to stay here until December. Then he'll pull me out of college and force me to come back home. Then he'll lock the door and throw away the key. I'll be imprisoned forever. Literally, his mortality and mine will keep me chained up until Judgment Day. I can't run. He's too strong, too powerful. There's nowhere he won't be able to find me, and I doubt I'll be able to survive out there on my own. I can fight, but I have no money and nowhere to go. It's pointless to hope anymore, to fight, to wish for a better life. A familiar thudding catches my attention. I look out the window and see that Sigma Zeta is lit up, crammed full of frat guys. The infamous kegger is tonight. I change my clothes, grab my purse, and head out. If I've only got a short time before my father takes control of me again, I'm going to enjoy every last drop of freedom I have before the end. Chapter 10. Sigma Zeta has a reputation on campus for being the trashy fraternity. It completely lives up to that reputation. The frat house is dirty, and it smells. But they know how to party. Beer free flows from every container possible. In each room, there are guys doing shots, or keg stands, or throwing up. Nobody bothers to clean it up. I just move. The living room is so smoky you can barely see through the cloud. The smell of marijuana is so strong. My head swims with the contact high. I fight my way to the backyard, where a huge bonfire is blazing. It gets my attention there aren't a lot of girls at this party, and the ones that are attached to someone's arm. I want to hurt somebody, make them feel the pain that my father makes me feel every day. It hurts so bad when you love someone, but they keep you in a cage, and you can't be able to disobey them. Although guys glance my way, they keep their distance. The impression Thames made on my first day still resonates. They don't want to risk flirting with me, only to deal with him later. I grab a solo cup and pour myself a beer from the keg. I almost wish Thames had done nothing that night. What Cody had done? Insulting. But I could have handled it. Thames is literally tearing me in half with this on-again, off-again attitude. It's more than a girl can handle. I don't realize I've already had 2 beers until they're gone. I'm getting a little tipsy by the time I've drank my 4th. I've never drank before, besides having a glass of wine on my 18th birthday behind my dad's back. So getting drunk is a new sensation for me. Guys notice. They're starting to close in. Whatever. Bring it. I'll fight them when I'm drunk. I'll fight anybody. What's up, beautiful? A familiar, hated voice slithers in my ear. I groan. I turn around to see Cody standing in cutoffs and a backwards hat, grinning. Nice to see you here tonight. You're a part of this fraternity? I should have known. Where's your friend? Cody spies for Thames. He acts arrogant, but he's nervous. Not here, I say coolly, taking another sip. Cody brightens. In that case, why don't you come up to my room, baby? He slinks closer and glides a muscled arm around my hips. It's got a great view, he laughs, from my bed. I puff out my cheeks. Actually, I should be going. I throw the solo cup down on the ground and go to leave, but Cody reaches out and snatches my wrist. Let go of me, you pig. I go to jerk back, but with horror, I find that Cody doesn't let go. I yank back my wrist with I think is enough force to tear his arm from his socket, but his fingers don't move. Cody is strong, too, just as strong as me. Either there's something supernatural about him, or I'm so drunk I no longer have control of my motor skills.
Both are equally terrifying. "Come on, babe," Cody says. He starts hauling me through the crowd. I try to ask for help, but I'm so drunk, my words are slurred. I hardly know where I'm going. One foot stumbles helplessly in front of the other as Cody pulls me upstairs and into his room. Cody locks the door and pushes me on the bed. I lose my balance and tumble onto the mattress. He proceeds toward me with a malicious smile. "First time? Don't worry, it won't hurt too bad." No. God, this was a stupid idea. Why did I come here? Because Dad pushed me over the ledge? "Relax, babe. This is gonna be fun." Cody starts to unbuckle his pants. "Trust me, you'll love it." I'm going to have to kill this dick, if I even can. If he's supernatural and sober, I have no chance against him. No, I'm being stupid. Cody isn't a Nephilim. He's just a mortal dude, and I drank too much. I can handle this. Cody falls on top of me. I try to wiggle out, but he pins my wrists over my head and plants his mouth on my neck. "Sexy," he hisses. I've had enough. I take what's left of my sobriety and use it to knee Cody directly in the balls. Oof. Cody folds like an accordion. I push him off me and stumble to the door. He gets up and comes for me, but I deliver a flat-handed strike directly to his windpipe. Cody gasps for air and falls on the ground. I grab the doorknob and fumble with it. God, I'm too drunk to even unlock it. Cody gets back on his feet. His eyes, they're flaming, shining with a hideous evil that even terrifies me. This was a mistake. My terror. It cries out for someone to save me. I've never needed saving before. I could always save myself. But Cody, there's something in his eyes that keeps me pinned and paralyzed. I've fought the worst hell has to offer, and never have I seen anything like his horrible stare. Then, the window breaks. But breaks isn't an accurate way to describe it. It explodes in flames. Thames rises to his feet. His entire form is burning. He's shirtless. Fire ripples up his hands, eyes inflamed with an even more terrifying fury than Cody's. Two dark forms spread out from behind Thames. Great, leathery wings spread out, each tip touching the opposite sides of the room. They're black and terrifying, twisted in a way I can't describe. If I doubted before, I don't now. I'm definitely in love with him. Cody gapes as Thames reaches out and grabs him with one hand, fingers curling around his neck. Thames lifts Cody into the air until his feet are dangling. Cody scrambles at Thames' hand, but Thames is cool, calm, deadly. "Bother her again, and I'll rip you in half." Something changes in Cody. It's as if his face morphs. I see a tinge of black fire flickering at Cody's fingertips as his hands claw at Thames' arms. It happened so fast that I'm not even sure if I saw it. It could have been a shadow. But it's too late to guess. Thames hurls Cody across the room and into the wall. But Cody doesn't stop at the wall. He literally goes through it, leaving a human-sized hole behind him and tumbling into the next room. Around Cody's neck are 5 long burn marks in the shape of fingers. Thames turns away from Cody and to me. He bends down and cradles me in his arms, hugging me against his bare chest. "Hold on tight to me," he murmurs in my ear. He then spreads his great, glorious leathery wings, and we take off into the sky. The cool air helps me recover. Snow begins lightly falling through the sky as we sail over campus. For as horrifying as Thames was just now, he's gentle, tender, even loving. He holds me tightly against him, lips nestled in my hair as we soar. Or maybe I'm just that drunk. Thames takes me back to his cabin. There's already a fire blazing in the fireplace. He puts me on the couch and wraps a blanket around me. His wings fade as the blanket closes around my form, like he's finally convinced I'm safe. "Shame," I mumble. I really liked those. "That wasn't even my full form," Thames says. "You haven't seen anything." Thames goes into the kitchen. He returns with a Gatorade and thrusts it into my hands. "Drink this." I do what he says, taking small sips. He sits down beside me, watching me carefully. "Why did you go away?" I ask. Thames blinks. Then he lifts an arm and puts it around me. I move so I'm sitting in his lap, leaning against his chest, while both of his arms are concealed around me, like a tent. So safe and warm. He's my little furnace. Okay, maybe not so little. I feel tiny wrapped up in his huge body. He's a big guy. I didn't go away, he says quietly. I just needed time. I shift against him. Don't go away again. He makes a soft noise. No, never. How did you know where I was? I slur. I take a drink of Gatorade and do what I can to avoid tossing it back up. Sydney and Emily, they couldn't find you, he says hastily. Their only guess was that you went to that party. He spits out the word. I saw Cody was gone, and so were you, and put 2 and 2 together. One look in his window was all it took. Cody is going to wear those scars forever, I laugh. He's lucky I didn't kill him. Thames growls. His body begins to shake. The things I imagined doing to that bastard. Thames. I put my hand on his chest. Stop. He stills. I sit back against his chest and say, By the way, why aren't you wearing a shirt? I get hot sometimes, he says, shrugging. Wearing clothes is practically unbearable. You don't have to wear clothes around me, I smirk. It's optional. Yeah, don't think you're ready for that. He tilts his head thoughtfully. Or me. What? My stomach rolls, and I suppress a burp. You're a virgin? My brother kept me away from girls my entire life. Then the one girl that he actually allowed me to get close to, he stole away. He sighs. Haven't had the heart to be interested in anyone since. He looks at me. Until you. My heart thumps. Thames, the poster guy for sex and sweet release. A virgin. One hell of a hot virgin. It's a miracle that nobody else has claimed him yet. I thank God for being so lucky. It's like he practically came wrapped up in a bow. Except for his past. The girl that he can't get over. The one that's still getting in the way. Lena, why were you there alone tonight? Thames asks. He sounds exhausted. You had no business being at that frat house. I got into a fight with my dad, I tell him. He came to my dorm and yelled at me about my grades. I guess they're not high enough for him. A human? No, he's an angel, I say. An angel actually staying around to raise their kid. Thames says, impressed. Interesting. Yeah, I know it's not the norm, but my dad isn't a normal angel. He takes responsibility very seriously. Too seriously. So, what happened? Oh, I don't know. I chew the inside of my cheek. He basically told me that I'm wasting my potential, that I go out and party too much. He doesn't want me to have friends, just study. I wouldn't tell Thames any of this if I was sober. I'd make up an excuse, say it was something stupid. I've never told anyone anything about my dad before. It felt like a cardinal sin to do so, but I'm so intoxicated I can't stop myself from spilling everything. The words just keep tumbling out. Your dad blew up on you for having fun? Thames narrows his eyes. I just wanted to have a good time, I say, looking down. I went to the party to forget, to pretend to be normal for once. What's normal? Thames chuckles. I don't know. My voice becomes choked. Thames notices. He pulls me closer, and I say, My mom died a long time ago, when I was young. My dad has been doing nothing but teaching me how to kill demons ever since. He's been making me take these really tough classes, stuff I don't like. He keeps telling me I have some great destiny, but won't tell me what he has planned for my life. What do you want to be? Thames asks gently. I don't know. A tear slips down my cheek, and I sniff. Me. Thames uses his thumb to wipe the stray tear away. You are you. You don't need to be anyone else. Thames' sentiments are so sweet and kind. Like I said, I don't think he has a bad bone in his body. Such a beautiful soul could never be destined for hell. It can't be. A wave of nausea hits me. I hold my head. Ugh, I feel so sick. You need to sleep it off. Thames opens his arms, and I slip out of them. He gets up, goes into the kitchen, and comes back with a small bottle of medicine. He gives me 2 ibuprofen, which I take. You must have drank a lot to get like this, Nephilim are practically impossible to get intoxicated. Cairo and I could only do it once. We were at the point where we were throwing up because we physically couldn't drink anymore.
I truly don't know how many I had. I reply. I just kept at it until I couldn't walk, really. Thames hisses, but doesn't give any other response. He grabs a couple of blankets off a nearby rocking chair and drapes them over me. I lie down on the couch. To my surprise, Thames follows. He lowers himself on the other side and tucks an arm over me, holding me tightly to his body. You want to cuddle all night? I ask, delighted.
I want to make sure you don't go anywhere, he says, and that you stay warm. This house gets cold at night.
Ah, I say. You like the snow, then?
Why do you think I chose a house with no heating? Summer's intolerable,
he mumbles. I giggle and lay my head down on his arm. Good night, Thames. His abs tense.
By the way, Lena.
Thames hesitates.
If you don't mind, can you tell me how your mom died?
She suffocated, I tell him, letting out a yawn. In a fire. Thames freezes.
A fire?
I raise my head up. What? What is it? Thames strokes my hair.
Just go to sleep, Lena. It's going to be a long day tomorrow.
Under his breath, he utters,
I think it's time you met my friends.
Chapter 11. Thames is still sleeping soundly when I wake up. In the morning light, I observe his features, as if to preserve him in my mind forever. His face is perfect. His soft eyelids are closed lightly over his brown eyes, thick lips pressed together, every part of him relaxed instead of tense and on edge. The dawn cascades around his face, illuminating him in a halo of light. I think it's the first time I've ever seen him be at peace. He seems holier than an angel. I'm only more convinced that he belongs in heaven and not hell. I made the mistake of shifting. His eyes bat open, and he smiles.
Good morning, Lena.
I want to wake up next to him every day. Morning. I yawn and roll over. Thames nudges me and says,
Get up. We gotta get moving.
No, I moan. It's too early. I just want to lay here. Either the ibuprofen or my Nephilim healing abilities worked. I don't have a hangover. The memory of what I confessed to Thames last night while drunk is a bit scary in the morning light. At the same time, I don't regret it.
You're so lazy.
Thames climbs over me and heads for the kitchen. He brings back a cup of coffee and a bowl of cereal, then puts it in front of me.
Hope you like Lucky Charms.
They're actually my favorite. The mention of food has me up. I start shoveling the cereal into my mouth and ask, How do you know?
I'm a good guesser.
He grins again, a flash of white teeth. He's so brilliant.
Eat up. Believe me when I say, it's going to be a long day.
You said that last night. You don't have to repeat it. I mutter, irritated. Where are we going?
Sault Ste. Marie. My friends will be there, he says.
And what friends are these? Thames holds his breath.
We're meeting my brother, Cairo, and his girlfriend Cassia for lunch.
I freeze. The infamous Cairo and Cassia. I put the bowl down and say, I didn't think you wanted to do that.
We can't wait any longer.
He puts his hands in his pockets.
There's some stuff we need to discuss.
I don't have anything to wear, I say. I don't want to wear the same clothes I did yesterday to meet Thames' apparent dream girl.
I'll buy you some, he says. You can wear some of my clothes to the store.
You don't have to buy me everything, I say, though I'm loving the thought of wearing Thames' clothes.
Yes, I do, he quips,
smirking. Thames goes back to his bedroom to take a shower. I lie back down on the couch and think about what's to come. The mystery will be solved, but will I be able to stand up to it? How will I measure up? I'm too busy thinking about how I should act around Cairo and Cassia. I don't notice Thames comes out of the bedroom. His footsteps grab my attention. I look up and see the beads of moisture dotting his bare chest. Thames' wet hair is seriously making me drool. I think he notices. He raises an eyebrow, then tosses a bunch of clothes at me.
Come on, let's go.
I take a shower without Thames, which makes me sad, and forego washing my hair, but putting on his clothes makes it all worth it. His jeans are so cozy, and his t-shirt is well worn and soft. While slipping on his hoodie, I get a whiff of the woodsy cologne he wears. I make the resolution that he's not getting any of his clothes back before wondering what shoes I'm going to wear. The dress I wore last night came with heels, and I left them behind after Cody pushed me on the bed. Thames chuckles when I step out of his room.
You look like a guy.
Unexpectedly, he hands me my tennis shoes. I always look like a guy, I counter back. And why did you teleport back to get my shoes when you could have just brought me back my clothes as well?
Maybe I like spending money on you,
Thames says. He gets his coat down from the closet and slips it over my shoulders. His hands press into me as he does so. Maybe I should just teleport back to my dorm and get my own clothes myself, so you don't have to buy me any. I say, quite set on the idea that's what I'll do. Thames grabs my chin. He pulls me closer, bending down and looking into my eyes.
No.
It's like I'm caught under a spell. Alrighty then, whatever you say. Thames opens the door for me on the way out. A gust of wind blows my hair back. It's a cold day. Snow is falling. I snuggle into Thames' jacket and enjoy the smell. Smoke and burning wood. A bonfire on a cold night. The drive to Sault Ste. Marie only takes 40 minutes, but Thames makes it feel shorter while blasting his screamo rock music. He turns it all the way up and mouths all the words, hitting the steering wheel with his hands like he's playing the drums. He's really getting into it. It's like he doesn't even realize I'm here. So cute. We could have teleported, but there's something about taking a drive with someone that makes you feel closer, makes you feel connected. I'm glad we took the long way instead of cutting corners. When we get to Sault Ste. Marie, the first thing Thames does is stop at a woman's clothing store. Because Thames is buying my clothes, I let him pick out what I should wear. He chooses a cozy knitted dress, maroon in color, with thick black leggings, furry snow boots, and a long gray overcoat. He even gets a cute gray hat and mittens to match. Thames doesn't let me see the price tags and makes me walk away when he pays for it. Unfair. It's very warm and really feminine. The outfit isn't what I usually wear, but I can't deny that it fits my personality. I feel like I've been afraid to be myself for a really long time, and I'm just now coming into it. Dad says fashion is stupid, and clothes are meant to be practical. Screw him. Thames notices I'm a little self-conscious. He reaches out and grabs my hand.
You look beautiful,
he whispers, then gives me a kiss on the cheek. His words make me feel like I'm floating. Damn right I do. I look great. Freaking gorgeous. Thames holds my hand as we walk through the streets of Sault Ste. Marie. It's freezing, but I'm not cold. Thames' hand in mine keeps me warm.
It's getting close to lunch,
Thames says, checking his watch.
We should get over there.
Thames pulls me in the direction of a restaurant, aptly named Petoskey Place. It's a tiny joint, one of those northern Michigan restaurants with home-cooked, stick-to-your-ribs food.
Don't be worried, he says. He'll love you.
His tone betrays a bit of nervousness. Is Thames worried that his brother won't like me? Thames opens the door, and inside is decorated in a hunter's lodge style, a blazing fire in the stone fireplace. I know who Cairo is before Thames has to point him out. He's sitting at an isolated table in the corner, looking guarded. His hair is blonde, neatly trimmed. He's got a chiseled, square face, light green eyes. He's wearing an expensive weatherproof jacket and jeans that must have cost $200. He's a prep, refined around the edges instead of rough, like Thames. I can already tell this guy is one who enjoys his rule book. I can see the similarities. They're brothers all right, but totally different. Thames walks to the other side of the restaurant.
Hey, bro.
He reaches out a hand for Cairo to clasp. Cairo takes it. He rises from his seat to give Thames a tight man hug.
Doing okay?
I see that Thames loves him. I decide I care about Cairo too.
Yeah.
Cairo lets go. His voice is musical, all Nephilim. I can sense the power coming off of him in droves. He attracts people in the best way. The angel in him is so strong that it's tough for me to remember he's a half-breed. Cairo clasps Thames on the shoulder.
Cassia will be here soon.
Cairo lets go of Thames and turns his attention to me. His eyes widen.
I can't believe it. You were right, Thames. She looks just like her. I know, right?
Thames nods.
Freaked me out, too.
I'm right here, I say grumpily. I'm not deaf. Cairo gives a small laugh.
Sorry,
he says. He picks up my hand and kisses it lightly.
I'm Cairo Cross. I'm glad we finally gotten the chance to meet.
Watch it, Thames growls under his breath.
I wasn't doing anything.
Cairo retreats and sits down. Thames and I move to the other side of the table. I notice Thames puts his arm around me after we sit down and pulls me close, like he's establishing some kind of barrier. Is Thames really that insecure? Cairo's hot, but in my opinion, he's not half as gorgeous as his brother. Besides, I could never go for a straight edge like him. The waitress takes our drink order, and we wait for Cassia. My stomach is flip-flopping. I feel almost nauseous waiting for her to get here.
So, you're a Nephilim?
Cairo asks, playing with his straw. Thames' arms is still around me. I nod. Yeah, not part of the council, though.
We're part of the council, Cassia and I.
Cairo starts.
But we won't reveal you to them. It's not fun being their servants. Your secret's safe with us.
Thanks. I force a smile before looking at Thames. What exactly was the point in bringing me here? Why is it crucial I meet them today? Cairo opens his mouth again, but then he shuts it and rises to his feet.
She's here.
The look in Cairo's eyes is difficult to comprehend, yet plain to see. If I had to sum it up in 2 words, it would be unconditional love. She must be nearby. Thames unwraps his arm around my shoulders and slowly rises to his feet. The color is gone from his face. He seems subdued, nearly embarrassed. I want to hold his hand again, but this doesn't feel like the time. With the boys standing, I feel like I have to get up too. I hold my breath and turn around to come face to face with the girl that's been haunting my mind for months. The breath is sucked from my lungs when I meet her brown eyes. I'm looking at my twin. Chapter 12. Cassia's hair is dark and curly, a chocolate brunette, while my hair is straight and honey-colored. My eyes are green, hers are brown, but those are the only distinct differences. Her nose is mine, her pale skin is mine, her eyebrows, cheekbones, hands, even her body is mine. We have the same shape, same height. I'm convinced we could swap shoes and be the same size. It's almost scary. Out of the corner of my eye, I peek at Thames. He's looking wary. Was Thames originally attracted to me because I look like her? I feel betrayed. Cassia's wearing an owl sweater that seems worn and well-loved. It's cute. I feel like, even in my dress, she looks better than I do in just jeans and that old sweater. Cassia seems cowed. She takes a deep breath, then holds out her hand. Hi, I'm Cassia Delamore. I swallow, then grasp her soft hand lightly. I'm Faline Delamore. Thames calls me Lena. She smiles almost painfully. Thames calls me Cass. You can too.
Cassia.
Cairo pulls out a chair for her. She lets go of my hand and sits down, and Cairo pushes her in. Cairo practically glows when he looks at Cassia. That light, it's impossible to put out. Wondrous. His devotion is undeniable. No wonder Thames felt like he was the odd man out. There's no competing against love like that. I plop back down in my chair, and everyone else follows suit. We stare at our drinks for a moment, silently. It's awkward. Well, Cassia starts by giving a sigh. I think we can't deny we're related. You're older than me. This can't be happening. I won't accept this as reality. My reality. 2 years. Cass places her hands around the coffee Cairo ordered for her to warm her hands. Then she gives an accusatory look at her boyfriend. Though I don't know why you didn't tell me sooner. Or me, I say, glancing at Thames. Both guys look incredibly guilty. What the hell is this?
We didn't want to freak you guys out, Thames explains, looking from Cassia to me. When I met you, Lena, I saw the similarities instantly. I called Cairo, and we discussed. He thought it was just a coincidence, but after you told me about your past, we figured out something was up.
So what? We're cousins? I wonder aloud.
Cairo clears his throat. We think you guys are sisters.
Cass and I look at each other. Sisters?
Both of you are Nephilim, Thames says. And you both share the same last name.
My mom didn't have any other kids. She died in a fire after I was born.
My mom died in a fire, Cass pipes up.
What was your mother's name? I already know her answer is going to be the same.
Mathilda.
Cassia swallows. Dad used to call her Tilly, didn't he? My stunned silence is the only answer she needs. God, it feels like someone just punched me in the face. Cassia slowly lets go of her coffee. She puts her hands on her head. She looks like she's going to be sick. Where have you been? She asks slowly, and she raises her head. Where have you been all my life? My insides are slowly being crushed. I shake my head back and forth. This isn't possible. No, you told me Cassia didn't awaken until a few years ago. I point at Thames. I awakened early, right away, at birth.
We figured your parents did a switch, split you up after the council began looking for your father. He took one girl, and your mom took the other. Cairo says quietly. It would make sense that your dad took Faline, as he was the angel, and left Cassia with her human mother.
You guys should have told us the minute you had suspicions, not kept it a secret. I don't understand how you two could do this to us. Cassia pushes back from the table and glares at her boyfriend. Especially you, Cairo. We agreed after I awakened there'd be no more secrets. Yeah, this is totally messed up, I shout. I stand up and kick the chair back.
Lena?
Thames lunges for me, but I jump away. I need some air. I practically run out of the restaurant and into the frozen outdoors. I stick my hands in my pockets and steam. This is a huge secret, and Thames didn't mention it to me for 2 months. What kind of a twisted, sick game is this? Hey. There's a tap on my shoulder. I turn around to face the stranger, Cassia. A bit of bitterness rises up in me. How could Thames not fall for her? How could any guy? She's beautiful. The Nephilim in her is subdued, almost non-existent, but she doesn't need it. She has this perfect grace about her that attracts everyone. I don't have that. What do you want? I ask in a snobby way. I don't mean to be rude to her, but still. We're getting off to a bad start, Cassia says. I know our boyfriends. Thames isn't my boyfriend, I say. How could he be, with someone like you cluttering up his past? He hasn't asked you out yet? Her tone is surprised, like she can't believe it. No. Cassia seems unhappy when I say that. Weird. I felt the chemistry between you guys the moment I walked in. I was hoping that... She sighs. It doesn't matter. Look, I'm a pilot. Pilot in training, anyway. I'll take you down to the airstrip. We can get to know each other better. No stupid guys around. When I don't respond, she adds, by the way, Sydney and Emily talk about you all the time. They don't shut up about you. She smirks. Lavonne's totally jealous. She can't wait to meet you when she comes back for winter break. It pisses me off even more that my friends were hers first. It's like I got all her hand-me-downs. But I figure that I should at least make an effort to get to know her. She could be my sister after all. I nod. All right, let's go. You want to fly? She asks. She looks around. There's no one on the empty street corner to see. It's not far from here. Sure. I bend down and spread my wings to take flight. Cassia does the same. Her wings appear behind her in a darkened array. At the sight, shock vibrates through me. Her wings. They're black. Most of the time, Nephilim wings are white. Sometimes, a Nephilim can be powerful enough that their personality shines through and a bit of color appears, like the brown in mine. But Nephilim wings don't come in black. A Nephilim's wings only turn black if they've lived through something horrendous. only if they've survived a sin committed against them too vile to speak of. Something that's a violation against their soul. Cassia's wings being black tells me someone did something absolutely terrible to her. For the first time, I feel sadness for her, and sympathy. Maybe Thames being in love with her isn't her fault. Cassia takes off into the sky, and I follow. Cassia knows how to fly, and she's a natural. But I can tell she's far from being practiced. She bobs and weaves in the sky as we proceed toward our destination. I fly closer to her and shout, "You doing okay?" "Yeah," she calls back. "Just new to all this." "Do you need my help?" I ask, flying closer. "Nah," she grins. "If I slip, I'll catch myself." She spirals down toward an isolated airstrip in a very secluded area. It's a small airport with only a few hangars. Besides a small black cat prowling about, it appears deserted. Cassia lands and walks toward the first hangar. She punches in a few numbers on the security pad, then rolls open the giant door. Inside is a massive aircraft, a jet big enough to seat at least a few dozen people. "I figured we could talk in here," she says. "There's no class today, so we won't be bothered." She grabs a blanket from a locker nearby. She spreads it on the ground and sits cross-legged upon it, looking up at me. I sit beside her. "Okay, what do you want to know?" "Everything," she starts. "What do you remember?" "Not much." I shake my head. Mom died, then Dad moved us all around the country and trained me as a Nephilim. If he thought we were getting too close to being discovered by the council, he took me somewhere else. I look at the plane. I was homeschooled my entire life. The only thing that mattered to my dad was making me the best demon huntress he could. I didn't get any freedom until I moved to GLS. That's where I met Thames. "What's your dad like?" Cass leans forward. It's like she's hungry for more information about this angel that might be her father. "I don't know." I shrug. "Strict. Really smart. A good fighter." I chew on the inside of my mouth. "Not really affectionate." "I see." She leans backward. "I would figure as much, if he truly did leave me and Mom. Maybe it was a mistake. If he was being hunted by the Nephilim Council, it makes sense that he'd leave you behind with Mom. If I had awakened and you hadn't, it would have been safer," I say. "He couldn't leave me, because they would have taken me from her. Perhaps it was the only way." I feel like I'm making excuses for my dad, but at the same time, I also feel I need to defend him. Even if his actions were wrong, it's like, he can't be wrong. Cassia bites her lip and nods. "That's probably true." "What happened to you?" I ask quietly. "After your mother died?" Cassia's expression twists. "I was 7 when Mom died. I went into the foster care system right after," she says. "I had pretty bad foster families. Isolde was my last, and the best. She's working to formally adopt me now, even though I'm over the age of 18. If you were that old, why didn't you remember me?" I ask. "Or I you?" "That's what I'm wondering. It doesn't make sense. Even if you were a baby when we were separated, I still would have been at least 2. She chews her lip again. "But that's not really old enough to remember." "The boys have got to be wrong," I insist. "We can't deny we share blood. But sisters? It's impossible." "If we are sisters, there's only one way to find out, right?" Cassia asks. "We have to talk to your dad." I seize up. Cassia notices. She reaches out, like she wants to put her hand on mine, before she withdraws. "I'm sorry. I can't ask you to do that. It would mess everything up, wouldn't it?" "No. I'm tired of being lied to," I say. "You're right. We have to ask my dad. It's the only way to make sure. He's been keeping something hidden from me. That much is obvious. It's time to find out what." Cassia's practically gnawing on her lip now. It's distracting. "Yeah, but how do we get him to agree to it? Let's assume we are sisters. Mom died, and he never came back for me. He knew about the fire, I'm guessing. He left strangers to take care of me. If that's the case, he probably didn't want me in the first place. He probably doesn't want to see me." Cassia's voice wavers. I want to say something to her and comfort her in some way. I grasp her arm lightly. Maybe Dad thought being in a foster home was safer than being with him, where demons constantly were, I suggest. He didn't know you were a Nephilim. You hadn't awakened yet. I guess. Cassia's shoulders slump. But he'd be dead wrong about it being safer. What exactly happened to this girl? I can talk to him, I add. Say that I have to see him, and then bring you guys along. I'll corner him, so he has to admit the truth. Cassia nods. All right, sounds good. Her smile returns, though it's only slight. So, you and Thames. What about him? I tilt my head. I seriously thought you guys were together. She throws out a leg from under her and wiggles it. He hasn't made a move yet? He's been really flirty, but he hasn't kissed me or anything, I say. We've been on dates, but he hasn't asked me out officially. He's been really protective. He's saved me from a couple of bad situations. We'll get really close, but then he'll run off for a few days and not come back until I need him. He's kinda broody. That's Thames, she rolls her eyes. I keep hoping he'll grow out of it, but he never will. I don't even know if I have a chance with him, I say quietly. He won't tell me how he feels, even though it's obvious. I'm scared I'm going to lose him, like he'll just vanish into thin air. Cassia's expression changes. She sits on her knees and takes my hands in hers. Look, I know I just met you, and that we're practically strangers. She squeezes my hands. But you seem really nice, and I think you'd be good for Thames. You two seem perfect for each other. Why didn't you pick Thames? The embarrassing question pops out of my mouth before I can stop it. I wish I could take it back, but I can't. Because I wasn't what he needed, she insists. Thames needs freedom. He needs excitement and a challenge, and someone to let him out of his cage. Cassia is squeezing my hands so tightly, it kind of hurts. I couldn't do that. I need stability and safety after what I went through in the foster care system. Cairo gives that to me. She grimaces. Thames might have been able to give that to me too, but it would have been taxing on him. He doesn't need control or someone to keep him constrained with rules and trigger warnings. I need too much care. Cairo's the type of guy that naturally gives that to people. Thames, well, you already know he can't be tied down. She gives a light laugh. He needs a girl that's just as wild as he is, one that's tired of being locked up. My heart clenches, and her eyes get watery. She pushes past a lump in her throat and squeezes out. I used to love Thames, but I don't anymore. It took a long time to let go of that love, but I had to, because I chose Cairo. Or rather, my heart chose him for me. She closes her eyes. But Thames makes it difficult. He dropped out of school because of me. He puts himself in danger by coming back to Michigan when he's banned from being here. He's not trying to break me and Cairo up, because he loves us both too much. But the feelings are still there. It's awkward. I don't know what to do about it. After all this time, I think you might finally be the answer. She lets go of my hands and brushes the hair out of her eyes. Do you love Thames? Yes, I respond, immediately and breathlessly. More than anything. Good. Don't let him go then. He's going to fight you on it. She laughs again. He's scared, but don't allow his stubborn ass to get in the way. He can still love again. He doesn't believe he can, but he will. I'll try. As if a great weight has been lifted off me, I smile. I misjudged Cassia. She's actually pretty cool. We stand up. She folds the blanket and returns it to the locker. Do you think we should let the guys out of jail now? She giggles. I don't know. I check my phone. I've got 10 messages from Thames. Good to know he's suffering. I say we let them stew a little longer. Cassia laughs as I follow her outside the hangar. She goes to spread her wings, but I throw out an arm to stop her. Wait, I tell her. Do you smell that? Cassia sniffs the air. It hits her. Sulfur, she realizes. And fire. Yep, looks like a demon is here to rain on our little family reunion. I put my hands on my hips. You wanna maybe find this guy and take him down together? She grins. Sure, Let's kick some demon ass. Chapter 13. Cassia and I bring our weapons and our wings out. We walk around the airport and search for our target. I notice that Cassia carries a spear instead of a sword. Another difference that sets her apart from other Nephilim. After we've circled the airport 3 times and found nothing, both of us are confused. The cat that was in one of the hangars when we got here is still about, but nothing else. This is weird, I say, and I drop my sword to my side. I know it's here. I can smell it. Let's just go. There's nothing but this cat. Cassia points to it with her spear. I narrow my eyes at the cat, thinking. Wait. Fur explodes everywhere. The cat morphs, growing so that it's 3 times the size of Cassia and I. The creature changes, developing a hunched back, a crooked spine, and short little legs. The face becomes lumpy and mutated, spines protruding out of its cheeks and behind small ears. The demon opens its mouth. 10 rows of sharp teeth are displayed. There's a cavernous pit at the back of its throat that grows red with fire. It's a bajang! Run! I shout. Cassie and I turn to flee, and the creature belches out a jet of flame. The flames catch at my ankles as we escape out the hangar, singeing at my fur boots. The beast follows, smashing a hole in the side of the hangar as it continues its pursuit. Bajangs aren't terribly difficult to beat, but they are large, and that makes them more dangerous than your average familiar. The bajang releases another jet of flame, and I have to jump in the air to avoid it. Cassia rolls to the side, tucking her wings under her. We need to get on the runway, Cassia says, jumping onto her feet. We'll have more room to fight there. I nod. Got it. We spread our wings and take to the air. The bajang rises up on its hind legs to bat at us. I swoop around the monster's arm and jab my sword into the bottom of its clawed paw. The bajang howls, but continues the pursuit, limping after us as Cassia speeds down the runway. When Cassia has enough space, she turns around. She points her spear directly at the bajang. Then she charges, aiming for the demon's heart. As she gets close, the bajang knocks her out of the sky with its bloody paw. She goes careening through the air and slams against the ground. Cass, you okay? I ask her. She stumbles while getting up, but shakes her head. I'm okay. Watch out! I look upward and see that a giant paw is coming directly toward me. I do a loop and fly backward to get out of the way, only to end up in the middle of the demon's mouth. Cassia screams, but I give my wings a final pump and am able to get out of the way before the bajang's massive jaws clamp down completely. The airflow whooshing out from the monster's jaws makes it hard for me to keep my balance. I waver and fall out of the sky, landing right next to Cassia. The bajang lets out a roar. I cover my ears. The sound trembles the ground. The demon, slobbering and bleeding, advances toward us at a ferocious speed. It's too strong. We have to beat it together, Cassia says. I'll distract it, I say. You get it from behind. Cassia grips her spear and takes to the sky again. I grab my sword and forego flying, racing instead to the monster's feet. Hey, you! I start pricking the bajang's toes with my sword to irritate it. Don't like that, do you? The bajang growls. He picks up his feet and stomps them over and over again in an attempt to trample me. I dodge every time, though I can't keep this up. Where is Cassia? The monster gives a shrieking yell, rearing backwards. I give a smile of satisfaction. Cassia's spear is sticking out its back, the front end poking through the chest, where its heart is. Yes! Cassia clenches her fist, hovering behind the bajang. The demon turns to ash. Black particles float away on the breeze and into the nearby forest as Cassia lands. She picks up her spear from the collection of ashes on the ground and shakes it off. Her wings disappear. I let go of my weapon, and my wings fade as well. A total win for us. Good job, Cass. I give her a high five. Thanks, but it was a lucky throw, she admits, shrugging. I'm still learning about this Nephilim thing. It wasn't luck. You're good at this.
I tell her. I kick at the pile of ashes. You would have no idea how many people with cats are actually keeping this thing in their house. Cassia slips her hands inside her sweater sleeves. I guess we make a pretty good team, don't we? I'm still breathing pretty hard. Yeah, we do. It was pretty natural, fighting with you. I didn't even have to think about it. Cassia opens her mouth to say something more, but just then, her phone rings. It cuts off a sweet family moment I was hoping to have with her. Weird that I feel a connection with her. We aren't even sure if we're related yet. She picks her phone up and says, Hey, yeah, we're ready to come back. She pops out her hip and says, Can you guys get some food? I'm pretty hungry, seeing as how we skipped lunch. Yeah, I'm starving. I take the phone and shout into it for her. Food sounds great. I can hear Thames laughing in the background. It makes me smile. What do you want? Pizza? Cassia asks me. Pizza sounds good. Everything on it, she finishes for me. My smile widens. She just read my mind. The usual, Cairo. We'll meet you at the cabin. She hangs up. You have a usual? I ask. I only eat pizza one way, with every topping imaginable, she tells me. Any other way is gross, even cheese and pepperoni. Hey, me too. Looks like we have more in common than I thought. Cassia gives me a genuine smile. I guess so. We fly back instead of teleporting. I notice she didn't suggest it. You don't like teleporting either? I ask. I hate it, she scowls. I'm so bad at it. I'll think of one place and end up in another. The last time I tried to get to California, I ended up in Bermuda. I'd rather just fly. Me too. I can do it, but it's uncomfortable. I do a loop-de-loop before settling by her side again. Flying is my thing. I'm in love with flying, Cassia sighs happily. Doesn't matter whether I'm in a plane or using my wings. I just want to be up in the air. She does a quick dive before twirling around at my side. It's my only way of being free. What do you mean? I ask, confused. I've got demons haunting me that you can't see and that I can't kill, she says, very quietly. She quickly changes the subject and says, What about you? What do you want to be, besides a badass demon huntress? Oh, I don't know, I mumble. I haven't really thought about it. You'll get there, Cassia promises. Give yourself time. The cabin comes into view. Cassia and I land, then head inside. The boys are already waiting. 3 boxes of pizza waiting on the coffee table in front of the couch. It smells incredible. Finally! Both of us say at once. We look at each other and smile nervously. Looks like you two are getting along, Cairo suggests. Thames says nothing. He's waiting for me to forgive him, I think. Yeah, Cassia's not so bad, I say, giving her a friendly shove. You're pretty okay yourself. Cassia heads to the kitchen, and I follow. Both of us start rummaging through the cupboards for something. It makes me chuckle that both of us treat Thames' place like it's our own. I figure she's just looking for Parmesan or whatever, but when I come back with a jar of jelly in my hand, I'm kinda stunned to see that she's putting peanut butter on her supreme pizza. She stops what she's doing and looks down at the jar in my hands. You put jelly on your pizza? She asks, incredulous. Yep, grape jelly, I say. It's the only way I'll eat it. I use peanut butter. Cassia trails off, and I sit next to her. I wonder if... Cassia takes the jelly from me and smears it on top of the peanut butter. She then takes another piece of pizza and puts the 2 sides together, like a sandwich, before taking a bite. Her eyes roll back in her head, and she makes a noise. Oh my gosh, Lena, you have got to try this. Are you kidding me? Thames asks as I copy her. I put peanut butter on one slice and jelly on the other before smushing them together. I chomp into it and find that a delicious array of sweet and savory explodes across my tongue. You were right. This is perfect, I say, stuffing half the pizza in my mouth. That's disgusting, Cairo says, wrinkling his nose, but looking vaguely amused. I think I'm gonna puke. Thames says, pretending to gag. You guys are nasty. It's good,
I insist, before starting on my next pizza/PB&J concoction. I ate the last one in seconds. Looks like we're the perfect pair, Cassia says with a giggle. I'm peanut butter and Lena's jelly. We go together, I agree, nodding. Cairo and Thames each take a whole pizza for themselves. They try not to watch us eat. Why can't you guys just have a regular peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Thames complains as a glob of jelly slicks out of my pizza and onto the box. It's not the same, Cassia argues, shaking her head. Yeah, totally different, I agree. If you guys aren't sisters, I'm not a Nephilim, Cairo says. He throws his empty pizza box across the room. His pizza was boring, just cheese and pepperoni. Talk about a square. Unlike his brother. You're one to talk, Thames, I say, pointing at his pizza. Cheese and anchovies? Gross. I like what I like, Thames argues. Anchovies come on a pizza, not peanut butter and jelly. Hey, Cairo, Cassia says, cutting off me and Thames' argument. I wanted to tell you. Lena and I slayed a demon at the airport. What? Both boys ask at the same time. Why didn't you call us? Thames growls, mostly in my direction. We could have helped. Relax, we had it handled, I say, stretching my feet out on the coffee table. Thames glares at me, and I wink at him. It was just a bajang. Another created familiar. Cairo glances at Cassia. She gives him a weird look in return. You guys been having trouble with them too? I ask. Cairo shifts, like he's unwilling to talk about it. He seems like the secretive type. But Cassia doesn't dodge. She confronts. The Nephilim Council has been calling us in more and more lately, Cassia confesses. We've had to eliminate a lot of demons in the past few months. Not real ones, just familiars. No hellhounds either, Cairo notes. Someone is making these things and setting them loose, but he's not letting his dogs out to watch them. He's staying hidden. Why, though? I ask. Created demons are a tool. They exist to lure humans in and make their souls easier for a real demon to catch. Why make a bunch and then let them loose without keeping tabs on them? That's what we're concerned about, Cairo says, seriously. Demons are surfacing more and more lately. Ever since September, there have been record numbers. Cairo puts a hand on his chin. Cairo and Cassia's phones both ring at the same time. They glance at each other and wince. I guess that's your guys' cue to leave? I ask glumly. Yep, duty calls. Cassia gives a long sigh, gets up from the couch, and joins her boyfriend. It's going to be a long night, hun. It won't be so long, Cairo says. He stands up and brushes back her hair. We'll be together. He kisses her forehead. Thames looks away. It was nice getting to meet you, Lena, Cassia says warmly. She reaches out and wraps her arms around me, giving me a light hug. Not too close, but not far away either. She smells like flowers and spring. Her embrace is wonderful. It reminds me of my mother. If such a thing is possible. I barely remember my mother. It's like Cassia brings her back. Maybe we can hang out later this week, she suggests, pulling away. I'm free Friday. I nod. Yeah, that would be great. I look around. The four of us could go on a double date. Thames' eyes are on me, and I redden. Or something. You're a sweet girl, Lena, Cairo says, shaking my hand very formally. I'm glad my brother found you. His gaze flickers to Thames before jumping back to me. He's being so obvious. Cairo's hoping for the same outcome between Thames and I as Cassia is. What a sucky position he's in, having to constantly choose between his brother and his girlfriend. He's hoping I'll alleviate that pain. The pressure on me to date Thames feels 10 times heavier than it was before. Cassia grabs Cairo's hand. She gives me a wave before they vanish on the spot. Thames comes up behind me. He loops his arms around my middle and draws me to his chest. I can feel his heartbeat, fierce and strong, beating into my back. It reminds me how brave he is. Do you like them? He asks, whispering. His lips brush my ear, and I shiver. Yes, I say quietly. I'm glad to have more friends. I tilt my cheek against his. Do you really think she could be my sister?
Anything's possible, Thames says. But I think I knew the truth the moment I saw you. For me, there's no doubt.
Is that why you like me? Because I look like her? I hush. Thames turns me around. He grabs my arms firmly.
I like you for you, Lena. No other reason.
His hand slid down my arms, taking his hands in mine.
Come with me.
We vanish, then reappear. We're back on campus. Big, puffy snowflakes are falling heavily from the sky. It's coated everything in a thick layer of white. A billion stars blaze above us. A twinge of green, blue, and purple colors whiz across the sky. The aurora. Thames has brought us in front of the cathedral on campus. It's large and beautiful, with dozens of stained glass windows and spires that shoot up into the sky. Campus is deserted. It's like Thames and I are caught in a beautiful painting. Why are we here? I ask, looking around. Thames doesn't answer right away. He jiggles my hands up and down, thinking, hesitating.
Hey, Lena, no promises?
He asks tentatively. Then he dives in to kiss me. Any daydreams of what my first kiss would be like are nightmares compared to Thames kissing me. Heat wraps around me, from the bottom of my feet to the top of my head. His mouth moves over mine expertly, like he knows exactly what he's doing. One hand presses into my lower back, drawing my body to him, while the other entwines in my hair and cradles my cheek as he deepens the kiss. His tongue brushes over the top of my lips, and I open my mouth wider to let him in. I thought kissing Thames would be hot and fiery. It is, but it's more than that. It's passionate, tender. Who knew a bad boy could be such a softie? He knows every movement a woman could want in a kiss. I swear my wings are open, and I'm flying. Thames is incredible. He's everything I ever wanted. I didn't think I needed anyone to save me, that I could save myself. But I do. This princess needs a knight in shining armor. Thames backs away. When I open my eyes, warmth is there, and the snow is gone. I'm back in my room. It's agony when Thames withdraws his lips from mine. He puts his thumb on my chin and says,
"Good night, Lena."
I'm still lightheaded when he teleports away. I twirl around my room, happily, like some fairy princess in a cheesy cartoon. Thames Deacon kissed me. I can't believe I'm so lucky. I fall backwards on my bed and sigh. Unfortunately, my perfect moment is ruined when my back crushes a handful of papers and a textbook corner pokes into my spine. Ouch! I say. I sit up. I landed on my physics homework, which I left on the bed this morning and forgot about. I'd planned to do it when we got back, but we were out so late. It still needs to get done. Ugh, of course homework would ruin my blissful night. I don't want Dad yelling at me again. If I stay in my room, I'll end up falling asleep. The library is open 24 hours a day. I'll head down there and have a binge homework session. Groaning, I put my books in my bag and leave. The snow is still falling heavily. It reminds me happily of Thames and what his kiss felt like on my lips. I stop by the student center and pick up a coffee before I go to the library. There are a couple of students in here like me, cramming before an exam and using caffeine to keep themselves awake. I head around the back of the library to find a secluded table. It's mostly empty, but it's not quiet here. Someone is on the phone, and it sounds like they're yelling. I peek my head around a bookshelf. It's Cody. My lip curls in disgust, and I turn to leave, but his voice catches my ear.
"I told you, I'm laying low, but it's pretty damn hard to do when you've got a filthy Cambion with his hands around your neck."
My eyebrows raise. Cambion? Is he talking about Thames? I press myself closer to the bookshelf and listen in. Cody makes a sarcastic noise.
"I wasn't going to blow my cover. Believe me, if I wanted to reveal myself, the first thing I would do is take out the Cambion. I'd incinerate that self-righteous jerk."
Whoever is talking to Cody is screaming at the top of their lungs. I can't decipher anything they're saying, only that it's a male voice, and he sounds pissed.
I told you, nothing is going to happen to her. She'll come around. I'm working on it.
Cody insists. He's starting to sound nervous. I imagine he's sweating buckets.
She'll see things from your point of view, sir. She just needs more time. I need more time.
What the hell is Cody talking about? Is he working for someone? He sounds pretty scared right now. I start to get dizzy. I find I've been holding my breath, and I remember to take a silent gasp for air.
I promise, I'm doing everything I can. It's almost ready.
Cody pleads.
The Nephilim haven't found me out yet. They don't even suspect me. I'm just an average college kid to them. I promise.
Cambion. Nephilim. These are immortal terms, so there is something more to Cody than meets the eye. Cody's back hits the bookcase, and I jump at the noise.
As long as you honor our agreement, you have my word. This will be good for both of us.
The male voice on the other end of the phone dulls until I can no longer hear it. My heart is pounding. Cody is silent for a moment before he adds,
Very well. I won't let you down, sir. Goodbye.
Cody hangs up. I hightail it out of the library and back to my dorm room before he gets the slightest hint that I was around to listen in on his conversation. If I wasn't certain before, I know now. Cody is a demon, and he's working with someone who's got something really bad planned. Really, really bad. Chapter 14. On Friday afternoon, Thames appears at my dorm room with flowers. Yellow orchids, I say, taking them from him. My favorite. How did you know?
I'm pretty good at guessing what my girl likes,
Thames says gently. He bends down and plants a seductive, caring kiss on my lips. Something I've been missing all week. I kiss him back gently, running my fingers over the stubble on his cheek. I missed this. When he ends the kiss, I say, I haven't heard from you in days. What's going on?
I've had to hide, unfortunately, he says glumly. The Nephilim Council has been going crazy lately, with all these demons popping up. They're on high alert. Cairo figured it was best I destroyed my phone, so they can't trace me if they get suspicious.
Did you want to get rid of your phone? I ask. I get out a teal vase and put the flowers inside. I place it on my desk and fill it up with a leftover bottle of water I hadn't finished.
No, he shakes his head. I wanted to keep in contact with you, but then Cairo convinced me I can't talk to you at all if I'm dead.
Don't say that, I say, too sharply. I quickly change the subject and add, So, what do you do all week if you were stuck at the cabin?
It was pretty boring.
His eyes flash.
Mostly, I've been thinking about you.
Aww. I kiss his cheek and give him a hug. You're such a sweetie. He puts a hand on the small of my back.
I try. Come on, they're waiting for us.
Thames teleports us to a parking lot outside a tiny roller rink. Cairo and Cassia are sitting inside a rather large and expensive Silverado.
We were wondering when you two would show,
Cairo says, and he hops out.
We've been waiting forever.
Thames had to stop and get flowers, I say, squeezing his hand. Thames blushes. Oh, Thames, that's so cute, Cassia says, before she reaches out and gives me a one-armed hug. It's nice to see you again. You too, Cass. I jerk my head toward the entrance. Come on, guys. Let's see how bad Thames sucks at rollerblading.
I do not suck,
Thames mutters. The other two laugh. Roller skating is fun. I feel kind of bad about my teasing earlier, because Thames can't skate. At all. Cassie is not great, but she has Cairo to help her wheel around. The guy is naturally perfect at rollerblading, like he's perfect at everything. As attractive as it is to Cassia, it's annoying to me. Thames is clinging to the boards for dear life. I inch over to him and say, Take my hands. I won't let you fall.
I'm a big guy,
Thames says, as his feet slip out from under him.
If I fall, you're going down with me.
I'm stronger than you think. I hold out my hands to him. Trust me. Tentatively, Thames grabs my hands. I start by skating backwards, pulling him along, and going slow. He smiles a little. I let go of his hands and skate around him, placing my hands on his back.
"What are you doing?" he asks nervously. "Hold on," I squeal. I start skating faster and faster. Thames makes a scared noise. I giggle as we whirl around and around in circles. "You're going too fast. Slow down," he whines. "Stop being a baby." Whoa! I lose control and trip over the stop on the front of my skates. I go hurtling through the air, and Thames reaches up to catch me. We end up crashing in the middle of the rink, lying in a heap and moaning. Cairo and Cassia appear above us. "I think we're done for the day," Cairo says. "Please," Thames whines. I'm lying on top of him. I elbow him in the gut, and he groans. We have lunch at some barbecue place the guys keep raving about. After they've eaten a whole rack of ribs each, and Cassia and I have split one, we go for a walk around town. It's cold, but not bitterly so. The snow's falling lightly enough that it makes for a pleasant stroll. Well, almost pleasant. Cairo and Thames are arguing about sports or something. I lean in to talk to Cassia. Do these two ever stop competing? She rolls her eyes. No, the rivalry between them never ends. One of them has always got to be the best. I'm just glad you're here to distract Thames. Usually he can't stop trying to get my... Cassia's words trail off as we notice someone lying face down in the snow on the outskirts of town. The figure is wearing nothing but a black leather jumpsuit. There are 2 large holes ripped in the back. Holes that are leaking blood. "Oh my God," Cairo breathes. "It's Margie." The name causes the 3 of them to react. They sprint toward the figure, and I follow. As we come to her side, I have to force down a wave of revulsion that crawls up my throat. Her back has been shredded, pieces of the jumpsuit clinging to the molted tissue and frayed strings. On her shoulder blades are 2 hideous wounds, ones that are as wide as my hand and a few inches deep. The wounds go all the way down her spine and end just above her hip bones. They're gushing blood. "I saw your truck. Needed help." The voice comes from the weakened individual. "Margie, what happened?" Cassia asks thickly. "My wings," she rasps. "He destroyed my wings." "We have to teleport her to the council," Cassia says. She bends downward, as if meaning to lift her, but is unsure where to touch. "She's not strong enough. She won't make the trip." Cairo's face is pale white. "He ripped them," the Nephilim gasps again. "He tore them off." "Who?" Cairo presses. "Who did this, Margie?" The Nephilim sputters, like she's trying to get something out. Then her eyes flicker. The light dies, and a shadow passes over them, settling there forever. She gives a last breath before her body stills. Dead. Cairo's shaking hand extends to close her eyelids. Cassia's voice is confused, frightened. "How?" she asks. "We could have saved her if—" "No, we couldn't." I cut her off. A Nephilim can't live without their wings. I feel haunted. I've never seen anything like this. Who could be so cruel, so powerful, that they could remove a Nephilim's wings? Cairo stoops down. He picks up Margie's body in his arms and cradles it gently. The blood spurts from her wounds, all down the front of his jacket. "Cassia and I will bring her body to the council. They'll send someone to clean up the mess. Thames, get Lena somewhere safe. The council will do a sweep once they know Margie's dead. You 2 need to hide." Thames nods. He removes his coat and then takes off his shirt, tucking both into his left arm. What are you doing?" I ask, thinking that this isn't the time for a strip show. Thames doesn't answer. He grabs my hand, and the snowy town around us vanishes. It's replaced by somewhere hot, sunny, a beautiful seaside, white shores and the sound of seagulls. The ocean crashes onto the sand in front of us, vast and unbelievable and wide. I always wanted to come to the beach with Thames, but not like this. I'm instantly hot. I shed my coat and sweater. "Where are we?" "North Carolina," Thames responds. "I have a beach house here. It's where I lived when I was going to school." "The council won't track you here?" I ask. "I'm only banned from Michigan. The council promised not to touch me anywhere else." Thames says. I'm safe here, but we still need to keep you hidden, Lena. They don't know you exist. Thames walks towards a white shack only a few yards from the shore. I follow him into a little hut and look around. Thames' beach house is cozy and small. The windows are open to the sea air, and it's decorated in a very, I'm rich but I'm trying to pretend that I'm not, kind of way. Doesn't look much like a bachelor pad to me, I say, navigating around the wicker furniture and fancy decorations. My mom designed it, he tells me. She wanted the place to feel like home. He grabs the TV remote and turns the television on before plopping on the couch. Well, at least it has electricity, I mutter, before sitting next to him. You don't like that I don't have electricity at the cabin? He asks, amused. Honestly, no. I don't like you living without anything, even if you don't need it, I respond. You deserve everything. Thames chuckles, then sighs. Oh, Lena. He kisses the side of my head and says nothing else. There's a movie playing on the TV, but neither of us are watching it. We cuddle and kiss a little, but we're too worried to do much else. How long do Cairo and Cassia expect us to wait here? Are they okay? Who's out there? Hunting them. Hunting Nephilim. Thames ends up making me spaghetti for dinner, which makes me very happy. A man who can cook? Yay! But it doesn't get rid of the pit in my stomach. We get bored, and Thames turns on his game console. But both of us die over and over while playing our favorite game. We can't concentrate when our friends are out there. There's a crash in the kitchen, and Thames and I jump up and drop the controllers. But we sigh in relief when we notice it's just Cassia and Cairo. Cassia knocked over something when she teleported, a wooden seagull. It goes rolling across the floor and into the wall. Forget it. I hate that stupid thing. It stares at me. Thames says as Cassia bends to pick it up. Are you guys okay? What happened? Both of them are covered in blood, but it's not their own. They seem exhausted. We're fine, Cairo says, wavering. Cassia notices. She guides him over to the couch, and they sit down. It's chaos, though. The council is in an uproar, Cassia explains. They're looking for him now. Him? I ask. The demon we talked about, Cairo explains. The one that's creating familiars and setting them loose. Margie figured out who it was and went after him, but he killed her before she was able to tell us anything. I bet it's Cody, I say instantly. The pieces are coming together. Thames moves closer and puts an arm around my hips. Who? Cassia asks. Cairo raises an eyebrow. He's a jerk at my school. He tried to attack me a couple times. I explain. I couldn't fight him off the last time. He was too strong. Thames had to come in and stop him. Lena, you were drunk. You didn't have control of your strength. If Cody was a demon, he would have put up a fight when I went after him, or used his powers, and he didn't. Thames replies. He just cowered like the little bitch he is. You don't understand, I insist. A few days ago, I caught Cody in the library, talking to someone on his cell. He knows that Thames is a Cambion. It seemed like he was working for someone. He kept mentioning that he was certain the Nephilim Council hadn't found him yet, and that he had some sort of plan he was working on. Did he use all those words specifically? Cassia asks. Yes. I chew the inside of my cheek. Nephilim, Cambion, all of it. He definitely knows our world. He acted like he's the one who's been creating the familiars, or at least knows who is. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Thames demands angrily. 1, I couldn't get a hold of you, and I didn't have Cassia or Cairo's number. I snap at him. And today? Well, I kind of forgot. It was just supposed to be fun. Stuff wasn't supposed to get this serious. It hits me that maybe if I had remembered and told them this sooner, maybe Margie wouldn't be dead. That thought? It's crushing. If Cody is the one who killed Margie, I'm just as much to blame as he is for doing nothing. He was talking about a girl he had to convince to help him, I add. I'm not sure what that meant. He wasn't clear, and he didn't mention names. Maybe that was Margie. He couldn't convince her to join him, so Cody killed her, Cassia said glumly. Oh, Cody. Yeah, I know him. Cairo's head bobs. He played on the football team with me. He really is an ass. For Cairo to swear must be a big deal, because Cassia and Thames both rear back. Cairo's weaving, even though he's sitting down. Thames leaves my side and goes to help his brother. Easy, bro. Thames lifts Cairo to his feet. Cass, you guys can have the spare bedroom tonight. It's no big deal. There are extra clothes for both of you in the drawers. He looks down. Cairo's passed out. Cassia moves under Cairo's other arm and says, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Thames and Cassia move Cairo to the spare bedroom. I begin to pace. This is bad. Really bad. If Cody is a demon, I really must be getting slow, or I'm losing my touch. I should teleport back to campus and get rid of him right now. Don't even think about it. Thames threatens as he comes back into the living room. I know what you're thinking. It's not safe. Thames, you and I can deal with Cody, I say. The two of us can take him down easily. Let's just go back and... We don't have any real evidence. If we go back to Michigan, we could expose ourselves at any moment. Thames insists. I laugh, too loudly. Ha! Expose ourselves. Good one, Thames. Are you kidding me? Thames slaps his head. You and Cassia both think that's hilarious. I glance toward the bedroom. Is Cairo okay? They've been chasing after whoever hurt Margie all night. Apparently, Cairo got into it with a couple of demons he shouldn't have, by himself. Thames scowls. He took care of them, but he exhausted himself doing it. Cassia comes out of the spare room. Cairo's sleeping. He'll be okay in the morning. Thames said Cairo overextended his abilities, I say, turning to her. That's dangerous, Cassia. If a Nephilim overexerts their power, they put themselves at risk. He could get really hurt and not recover. He tries to play the hero. She frowns. Cairo feels obligated to protect me at any cost, even though I don't need to be protected anymore. My phone goes off. I check it and instantly feel irritated. Really? Today of all days? Who is it? Cassia asks curiously. It's my dad, I tell her, annoyed. He wants to see me. Now? Her eyes widen. Tomorrow. I nibble the inside of my cheek, thinking, Cass, this is our chance. We should go together and talk to him about you. See if we really are sisters. I mean, she scratches the back of her head. I would love to, but is now really the time? My house is in Wisconsin. Whoever is hunting us won't be anywhere near it, I say. Cassia puts her hands on her hips. You're right. We do work better together anyway. We need to figure out this mystery before we take on this demon. You girls sure? Thames steps between us. He's being cautious. A revelation like this could change everything. Are you ready for it? Absolutely. Cassia's eyes lock onto my own. That is, if Lena is. I grip my phone tightly in my hand. I am. Tomorrow, we'll confront my dad and settle this once and for all. Chapter 15. There are only 2 bedrooms. Thames and I have to share a bed. That's way different than sleeping on the couch. Thames doesn't seem bothered. He spots the look on my face and offers, I can sleep in the living room. It's fine. I'll sleep with you. I mean, my cheeks redden, and he smirks. We can share a bed. It's no big deal. Only if you're okay with it. Yes. I step forward and take hold of his arms. I want to. Thames tweaks my chin. Okay, doll. His bedroom is simple, which doesn't surprise me. I don't think Thames ever spent a lot of time here, even in college. I plan to wear the clothes that are on me, but Thames tosses me a t-shirt of his, along with a pair of basketball shorts to wear. I slip into the bathroom and change. The shirt is huge on me, and the shorts are almost slipping off. But they're ridiculously comfortable, and they smell like him. I'd wear Thames' clothes constantly if I could. When I come back out, all Thames is wearing is a pair of boxer shorts. I choke. Oh, sorry, he says. I always sleep in boxers. Thank God he doesn't sleep naked. Or is that a bad thing? Do you want me to change? He asks, and he opens his dresser drawer. No, I say, shaking my head. Just come to bed with me. Thames' hands drop. I crawl into bed and slip underneath the covers, snuggling into the downy pillows.
He follows my lead and opens up his arms so I can wiggle into them. His bare chest is warm and dotted with a bit of black hair. I run my hands through it, thinking. I always thought dudes with hairy chests were gross, but Thames is different. He makes it sexy. I hope we don't run into any, problems tonight, I say, figuring we should confront the obvious.
I can control myself,
Thames mumbles.
Go to sleep.
He gives me a kiss on the lips, then draws me closer to him, so our entire bodies are touching. I figure I'll deal with a problem when it happens, and close my eyes, listening to the steady rhythm of Thames' breathing. This is perfect. I don't even know if heaven can compare with this. Slowly, his gentle breaths make me relax. I slip into dreamland, paying no thought to tomorrow, to my dad, to the demon that's hunting us all. Only of Thames, and how happy he makes me. The four of us stand in front of my house in Wisconsin the next morning. We don't move or talk. Nobody knows what to do next. Waking up in Thames' bed was the most wonderful thing in the world. I would have laid there and cuddled with him all morning if we didn't have somewhere to be. Which we did, like always. I feel like we're constantly getting disrupted. I want to be in a place where I never have to leave Thames, where we might separate for a short time, but always come back together. I want a place of our own, where we can live out our lives. I'm getting ahead of myself. Thames hasn't even asked me to be his girlfriend, though labels are a formality at this point. He acts like we're dating. I just need to get confirmation. And I need it soon. Cairo's fully recovered, but that doesn't stop Cassia from hovering over him. She has her arm around his, like she's afraid of him falling again.
I'm fine, Cassia,
Cairo murmurs.
You don't need to hold on to me.
She's not convinced, but maybe she's holding on to Cairo for a different reason. I take a deep breath and put my hand on the doorknob. This is it. I swallow, then open the door. Let's just get this over with. We slowly walk inside. I open the door and shout, Dad, I'm here.
The kitchen, Faline.
Dad's voice is stern, but also a bit on edge, maybe even worried. What did he call me to talk about today anyway? What was so important it couldn't wait? It's not about my grades. He would have just come by to yell at me. I hold my breath as we walk through the entryway. Dad is sitting in a high-rise chair next to the counter. His eyes become huge when he notices I'm being followed. His shoulders broaden when he notices Cairo and Thames. When he sees Cassia, his body stiffens. Slightly, his hands shake. Hello, Cassia says politely. I'm incredibly proud of her for remaining calm. I'm Cassia Delamore. I was wondering if you were my father. Dad looks at me. I'm wounded by the pain in his eyes. It's like I've betrayed him. For the first time, I wonder if Dad had a reason for keeping Cassia away. Then he nods.
Yes, Cassia, I am your father.
Cassia slackens. Cairo puts an arm around her waist. She nearly looks like she's going to collapse on the floor. Her face, pain, relief, questioning. Her eyes fill with tears, but she stuffs them back down. It's like the floor has dropped right out from under me, and I'm falling, unable to catch myself with my wings. I have a sister, but how? And why? And how could you keep us apart for all these years? I ask Dad. It's just a question, but it sounds like an accusation. Dad sighs.
Faline.
Why? Cassia's hands are bunched into fists. She rips away from Cairo and takes a few steps toward Dad. Why did you give me away?
I never meant to.
Do you know what I went through all those years? What I endured? A tear slips out from her eye, but she wipes it away with the back of her hand. Do you know what kind of hell I went through in the foster care system? Do you have any idea? Cairo comes closer to Cassia, to hold her back if she springs. Not Thames. He's as equally angry as Cassia is. Furious. I can feel the heat radiating off of him, even while standing a few inches away. Thames looks like he wants Cassia to let him have it. Dad taps his fingers on the counter, then he rises to his feet.
I didn't think you belonged in our world.
I awakened late, Cassia snarls. Her wings come out from behind her, tip to tip, spreading across the length of the kitchen. I might have awakened earlier if you hadn't forgot about me after Mom died.
Cass, give him a moment to explain, Cairo says gently, and he puts his fingertips lightly on her arm. Cassia tenses. For a moment, I think she's going to start yelling at Cairo too. Then she backs off, her wings vanish, and she leans against the counter, crossing her arms. We look to my dad. Your mother wasn't supposed to become pregnant, he admits softly. I loved her with all my heart, but when she conceived you, Cassia, I was scared. As an angel who had loved a human, I was already hunted. I knew you would meet the same fate as a Nephilim. He tucks his hands behind his back and strolls around the kitchen. You showed no signs of awakening, and I thought we got lucky. You were a normal human child. More than I could ask for. But when your sister arrived, and her powers emerged the moment she was born... Dad makes a motion with his hands, fingers curled like he's tenderly cradling a baby. I remember holding Faline in my arms for the first time, and 2 tiny wings appeared. From that moment on, I knew we could not keep you together. The Nephilim Council, along with a few other angels, were looking for me. It wouldn't be possible to leave Faline with your mother, as her powers were unrestrained. She would have given all of you away. My father makes a circle around the kitchen. I was to take Faline and raise her as a Nephilim, and your mother would take you, Cassia, and raise you as a human. It was the only way. We visited from time to time, until the fire. It's like I can see the ghosts of flames in Dad's eyes. They're darkened, haunting. I tried to save your mother, but it was too late. The only one I could save was you, but the threat was still there. People were still after me. It would be too dangerous, too risky to raise a human girl in that environment. At least Faline could defend herself, but you didn't stand a chance. So I left you behind, thinking that your Romney relatives in Texas would take you in and raise you there.
They didn't, Cassia snaps. They left me in the hands of strangers.
And if I knew that, I would have taken you in, Dad says, and he turns to her. I've made many mistakes over the years, Cassia, but I never wanted to wrong you in such a way. I was merely trying to keep you safe.
Safe? Cassia spits. You think demons and angels are worse than what I had to face? I'll tell you what I went through. Abuse, and hunger, and sleeping on the streets, and rapists.
Rapists? I think wildly. Then, her black wings. No, the desperate word rips out of the inner corners of my soul. No, it can't be true. Cairo winces, like someone physically slapped him across the face. This is as painful for him as it is for her. I glance at Thames. He looks absolutely miserable. What he told me months ago sacks me in the gut. Oh my God. Thames. Cassia, you must forgive me. Dad falls on his knees before her, and my insides clench. My father, such a revered angel, has collapsed at his daughter's feet. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I only ask that you put this in the past, so we can move ahead, and I can be the father you've always needed.
Cassia stays still. It's like she's caught between the memory of the pain and the hurt, and the longing for the father that's been absent her entire life. I don't know yet, Cassia says, unsure. I need time to think.
Cassia!
Dad calls after her as she runs out of the kitchen. Cairo hastily follows. Dad clambers back onto his feet as the front door slams. I'm left standing in the kitchen with him, and Thames. Dad is breathing heavily. He seems vacant and empty, but rage returns when he looks to me.
How could you? He growls. How could you bring her here now, at this time?
How could you not tell me I had a sister, after all these years? My voice is thick and injured. I feel ill that I've been lied to for so long.
It was for your own good. I had no choice, Dad roars. You're too young and too inexperienced to understand the choices I had to make. Enough,
Thames says roughly, coming between us. He slashes a hand downward and says,
You won't talk to Lena that way. Faline, what trash have you brought into my house?
Dad snarls, and he curls his fingers into fists. Don't say anything more, Dad, I tell him. I grab Thames' hand and yank him back. Dad's eyeballs pop out of his head. We're leaving. Thames gives my dad a hellish glare before he allows me to tug him away. I proceed quickly out of the kitchen, like I'm running away from Dad. Or running away from what he wants me to be.
Faline, I still need to talk to you,
Dad demands as I head for the door. Save it, Dad, I tell him sharply. Nothing you could say would be important to me right now. Thames punches the door open, and I kick it closed behind me. We probably left it hanging on the hinges. Cassia is crying on the sidewalk. Cairo has her wrapped in his arms and is holding her, rocking her back and forth. I don't know what to do. Cairo seems helpless. I tap Cassia on the shoulder. Hey. Cassia comes out of Cairo's arms and turns around. Her face is red and blotchy. I open my arms and smile. At least you gained a pretty badass sister, right? She half sobs, half laughs, and throws her arms around me. I pat Cassia on the back and say, I'm sorry for what he did to you, but at least he didn't want to. I hold her tighter. He was just trying to keep you safe. Yeah, Cassia sniffs and raises her head. I guess that's true. He only did what he thought was best.
Stupid as it is,
Cairo adds. Thames doesn't say anything. I can tell he thinks Roman is a shitty father. He would never leave his daughter in the care of strangers, nor would he allow his family to be separated, no matter what dangers they faced. It's what I love about him. Cassia wipes her face. At that stupid, horribly timed moment, her and Cairo's phones go off. Of course, Cassia whimpers. Perfect.
We don't have to go,
Cairo says gently, and he wipes some of the tears from her face.
I'll make an excuse. Tell them you're busy.
No, we have to go in. Otherwise, they'll think something's up, she says miserably. Cassia gives me another hug. Stay safe, Lena. Meet you at the beach house tonight? Yeah, we'll hang, and make up for this totally craptastic meeting, I offer. She giggles sadly. I let my sister go, and she and Cairo disappear. I turn to Thames and wrap my arms around his middle. Quietly, I whisper, get me away from him. Thames presses his lips to my hair. In moments, we're gone, and the sound of the ocean crashing upon the shore is in my ear again. Chapter 16. Thames and I spend the day trying to distract ourselves. We go for a stroll on the boardwalk, have lunch on the bay, and spend the rest of the afternoon swimming at the beach. Sydney calls me multiple times, but I don't answer. I just want to be alone with Thames right now. It's a glorious escape. The feeling of Thames wrapping his arms around me as the waves come rolling in, the water nearly past our shoulders. It's a fantasy that I don't want to wake up from, but have to. When sunset falls and Cassia and Cairo aren't back yet, I figure I need to talk to Thames. We're sitting on a blanket, me leaning against Thames, my head on his shoulder as the sun begins to disappear beyond the horizon. It was you, wasn't it? I start. The sun has bathed the earth in an orange-yellow glow, tinges of red on the horizon. You killed Cassia's rapist. That's why the council banned you. Thames draws a line in the sand with his finger and whooshes out a breath.
Yeah.
You did that for her?
Without question.
My breathing has gone shallow. And she...
Love hurts.
Thames shrugs.
People can't force themselves to care about someone.
He exhales again.
No matter what promises you or they intend to keep.
I pale. The words he spoke to me the first time we kissed come rushing back, shattering the peaceful twilight. That's why Thames asked me not to make him any promises. He wants a relationship, but he's terrified to give his heart away. He doesn't feel ready to give all of himself to me. He thinks I'm going to crush it, like my sister did. No strings attached, no complications, no words that'll come back to hurt later. No promises. God, my heart aches for Thames. Just how badly did Cassia hurt him? Will you make me a promise?
Depends on what it is.
His voice is so full of agony, it's killing me. Anger bubbles up out of me, unbidden. I sit up. God, Thames, I can't take any more of this self-inflicted torture you put yourself through. The words come tumbling out. Thames rears back, surprised.
What are you talking about? he says, confused. I don't understand. Don't act like you don't, I start. You love Cassia, Thames. Quit denying it. He turns away, guilty. Yeah? So what? So what? I hiss. It means everything. You can't get over a girl who left you 2 years ago. I've tried, okay? He shouts, and he turns away from me. I've done everything I can to forget about her, but I can't. She's got this hold on my heart that won't let go. That's not true, I insist. She's got a hold on your heart because you won't let her go. How do you know? He snaps. You haven't been through this, been through loving someone and losing them to someone else. No, but I know what it's like to fall for a guy who's emotionally unavailable because they're stuck on what they can't have. That causes him to recoil. That's bull, Lena. You know I love you. I'm temporarily frozen. Really? Yes. Thames bunches up the blanket in his fists, then releases it. Yes, I love you. I swear I do. If that's true, then why haven't you asked me to be your girlfriend? I accuse. Why have you never told me how you feel? Because it's... Thames takes a deep breath, like he's seconds away from walking off a precipice and showing a part of himself to me he never exposes to anyone. You can't blame me for being cautious. What if you change your mind or want to run away? I'm right in front of you, Thames. Look at me, I shout. He does. My hands are quivering. Cassia's tried to make this as easy as she can on you, but it's hard, Thames. She can't fully love Cairo when you're still hung up on her. My eyes burn when I look at him. And if you still love her, then you can't really love me. I start to sniffle. The sniffle turns out to be more of a cry. I end up sobbing. I put my hand on my mouth and try to stifle it down, but I can't. This is too much. Thames stares. Through the sobs, I make out. And it's worse. Worse, because the torture you're doing to yourself, you're doing to me, too. You're torturing me like this, Thames. I can't take this back and forth, this everlasting state of no promises. I need a promise. I need you. Thames swivels. He gets on his knees and cradles my face in his hands. I didn't know about any of this, he whispers. Why didn't you tell me? Because... I sob. I was scared if I brought it up, you'd run away again. Me leaving was never running away. I could never leave you. His brown eyes swim with miracles and starlight. Yeah, I might still love Cassia. Part of me always will. He licks his lips. But I swear to you, Lena, from the moment I met you, I've loved you way, way more. Relief wraps around my heart. Do you mean that? Yes, you've always been my girl, he says softly. How could you not know I love you, Lena? How could you not realize? I need to be told, Thames. I hush. How can I know if you don't tell me? Thames chuckles. Now you know. He kisses me, with the waves crashing in the background and the sunset sparkling on the shore. It's like something out of a freaking movie scene. Incredible. I open my mouth to kiss him deeper than I ever have, with all the passion and love and heart that is in me. When we kiss this time, though, something happens. Flames flicker from his body and brush down my skin. Even though my eyes are closed, I can feel them. My whole body is caressed by fire. But the flames don't burn me or hurt me. They merely consume, protecting me and forming a barrier. Nothing and nobody will ever hurt me. Not when I'm with Thames. Neither of us question it. We just let it be. Heaven and hell, brought together in a forbidden, everlasting, enchanting romance. When Thames pulls away, he reaches up and pinches my nose. By the way, you are my girlfriend. At least I thought so. You never asked, I say, and I throw my arms skyward. I had to ask? Ask, I shout. Communication? Thames laughs. Okay, Lena, whatever you say. The sun has finally set. It's getting dark. Thames stands and reaches out a hand to me. He helps me up and says, Are you hungry? I don't think we can wait for the others much longer. Yeah, I say. Maybe we should go and...
My voice trails off when Thames' phone rings. He takes it out of his pocket and glances down at it. It's Cass. He looks at me, like he's not sure if he should answer. Like he's asking for approval. Answer it, I say. You don't need permission from me to talk to her. I don't want to upset you, he says. The phone rings louder against the still night. I just brought that stuff up because I didn't know where I stood with you, I explain. Cassie is my sister. I'm not jealous. I gesture to the phone. Finally, Thames answers. Hey, Cass, where are you? I can hear her wailing through the phone, even at a distance. My heart contracts. Thames puts a hand over his other ear and says, Cass, you need to calm down. I can't understand what you're saying. Her voice comes through the other end as a scream. I'm scared. What's happening to my sister? Thames looks like he's starting to panic. Then, quiet. Cairo's cool, calm words come over the other side. Thames' eyes bulge out of his head, and he says, I'll be there right away. Thames hangs up. Lena, you need to stay here while I help Cass in Cairo. What happened? I ask. He hesitates, and that's when I know. It's got something to do with me. Take me with you, I say. I can help. No. Thames shakes his head. You won't be able to handle it. You've been through enough today. Thames, let me see what's going on, I say harshly. No, Lena. His insistence is only making me freak out more. It must be really bad. I grab Thames' hands and beg him. Please, Thames. I'm just going to follow you wherever you're going. Don't let me sit here alone. I'd rather face it by your side, no matter what it is. Thames makes a face. His eyes study me, making a decision. Then he closes his eyes. The ocean dissolves around us, and the beach turns into a dorm hall. My dorm. There are a couple people gathered around, dozens of them. Police. They're taping off a section of the dorm. My room. Lena, Thames cries out, but I don't listen. I run full speed toward my room and push people out of the way to get to the door. An officer puts his hand on my shoulder and tells me to get back, but I scream that this is my room and look around him. A wail echoes out my chest and through the hallway. Sickening grief wraps its cold hands around me and doesn't let go. There, lying in the middle of my dorm room floor, is Emily. She's dead. Chapter 17. A couple of hours later, the cops are done questioning me. Emily's death is ruled to be a tragic result of some unknown heart condition. The coroner comes, places her in a black body bag, and rolls her away. Emily's death isn't the only thing that's devastating. Sydney's disappeared. We've checked everywhere, but we can't find her. I feel so guilty. I didn't answer my phone when she called. I could have stopped this. I did nothing. Thames takes me to Cassia's foster mom's house, Isolde's. She's not there, but Cassia said all of us were welcome to stay. The four of us stand around the living room, wondering what to do. Cassia is beside herself. I'm upset, but I have to remind myself that Cass has been best friends with Emily and Sydney for years. She cried for hours until she couldn't anymore. Now she's leaning against Cairo on the couch, looking out at something neither of us can see. Lavon's coming out for the funeral, she tells me quietly as she puts her phone down. But I told her to wait until they set a date. I made an excuse. It's not safe for her right now. I lean forward and put my head in my hands. Thames rubs my back, but it does little to remove the tension there. How could this have happened? I whisper. Cops said she had a heart attack, Cassia sniffs. But I don't understand how. She was so young and healthy. There's only one way, Cairo says. He glances at Thames, understanding passing between the two brothers. What? Cassia lifts her head. What is it? If a human sees a demon or an angel in their true form, they die, I tell her. Mortals can't handle it. It's something their mind can't comprehend. Their systems overload, and they have a heart attack out of shock. Only other immortals can see angels and demons in their real bodies and live. There's still so much of this world I don't know, she groans and drops her head again. It's okay. It's not your fault you're behind, I whisper. It's our crappy dads. Have you seen our father in his true form? Cassia hushes. No, He didn't want to scare me. I put a finger to my mouth and bite it. Do you think Emily saw a demon? Cassia asks. I nod. She had to. That girl was the healthiest person I've ever seen. All she ate was kale and veggie shakes. I look to Thames. He nods slowly.
I think you're right, Lena. I wasn't willing to admit it before, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Cody has got to be the rogue demon that's creating all these familiars.
The answer is simple. Cody came looking for me in my dorm, because he's a creep and won't leave me alone, and Sydney and Emily must have been there, wondering where I was, I say. I didn't answer my phone. They hadn't seen me in days. They must have been worried.
How did they get into your dorm?
Cairo asks, confused. My room came with 2 keys, but I don't have a roommate. I gave Sydney the extra key, just in case she or Emily ever needed to get in there. I tell him, Cody killed Emily, left her body as a warning. Then took Sydney to get me to come after him. Wouldn't Sydney have died if she saw Cody in his true form too? Cass asks.
Not if he knocked her out,
Thames suggests.
He could have hit Sydney, then changed into his true form in front of Emily. It had to be a ploy to get Lena's attention.
I felt sick. Emily's death was all my fault. Cairo stands.
We need to talk to the Nephilim Council. They have to get involved.
No, Cairo. Cassia stands with him. She rises up to her full height. We can't trust the council. They'll make a mess of this with policy and rules. This is something we need to handle ourselves.
Cassia, if the council finds out we did this on our own...
She puts a hand on his chest. Sydney's involved. You know what they do to humans who know about immortals. Even if we rescue her, she's as good as dead. Her eyes soften. Please, Cairo, let's not go by the book. Just this once. At her touch, his sturdy walls crumble.
Fine, but let's at least talk to Athais.
She nods. Agreed. Wait, isn't Athais the leader of the council? I ask, confused.
Yes, but we can trust him. He has a soft spot for Cassia.
Cairo says.
Not in a creepy way,
he adds when my brow goes up. He's become like a grandfather to me, Cassia explains. He's at the university. He'll hear what's happened and piece it together. We have to get his help to take Cody down. If anyone can locate where he's gone, it's Athais. Cassia gets up and strides toward the door. The rest of us follow. She yanks it open, determined, but her hand slips off the knob when she notices there's a man in the doorway. Athais is already here. He's got bruises mottled on his face, and blood drips from a cut on his forehead. His suit is ripped and dirty. My history professor is standing outside the doorway, looking like he just got in a bar fight. This is so awkward. Cairo immediately jumps in front of Thames to try and hide him. But Athais waves his hand and says,
It's all right, Cairo. I know Thames has been back for months. I do not care.
Athais looks at me.
Just as I've known since she arrived that Faline is a Nephilim. Nevertheless, I will not pressure her to join the council.
His face darkens.
Although, I regret to say there is no longer a council to join.
What do you mean, sir? Cairo gasps. Cassia's mouth drops open. Thames puts a hand on my shoulder.
Let me sit, please.
Athais enters, and we stand aside. He sits wearily on an armchair. Cairo rushes to the kitchen to bring him a glass of water. Athais chugs it like he hasn't had a drink in days before he settles into the cushions.
The council has been compromised.
Athais breathes.
I was just at a meeting. It seems the other High Council members have been talking to someone behind my back.
Who, Athais? Cassia reaches out to grip his fingers. Tell us.
I'm unsure.
He makes a face.
I regret to say I lost my temper. They wanted to unseat me, take away my position as leader, and give it to an outsider. Another Nephilim?
Cairo asks. Athais shakes his head.
No, someone stronger. A demon, perhaps. An immortal with more power than any of us, I'm sure. Cody.
Thames' knuckles turn white.
Gotta be.
Why would they side with a demon? What could he give them? Couldn't they just slay him? Cassia asks.
Who knows?
Athais shrugs.
Perhaps they're scared of him, or perhaps he's offering them more power than I'm willing for them to have.
Athais shudders.
The other members turned on me. They had already agreed to join him. I had to fight my way out. They killed the rest who opposed them. I'm the only one left. Do you know where the other council members are now? Cairo asks.
Matthias shakes his head.
They went to gather elsewhere. They will send others to look for me, I'm sure. They will indoctrinate the council recruits and slay those who don't agree to join the new regime.
He looks to Cassia and Cairo.
You two will need to run before they find you. Matthias, do you know where Cody is now? Maybe we can stop him,
Cairo offers.
Matthias sits back in his chair and groans. Whoever is leading them has gathered at the base of the Porcupine Mountains. That's where they're headed.
Matthias, he took one of my friends, Cassia says, and killed another.
I heard, Cassia. I apologize for the death of Miss Bennett and the capture of Miss Rolsheim,
Matthias says heavily.
But I beg you, do not go there. You are flying to your deaths.
Cassia kneels in front of Matthias. I can't leave my friend alone out there. If there's even a chance she's alive, I have to go. There's a steel glint in Matthias' eyes.
Then I will prepare a place for us, a safe haven against this new terror. I will meet you all there. Once you have succeeded in your quest, Cairo, you know where to go.
Cairo nods. Matthias closes his eyes, then disappears. Cassia stands up. Cairo, go get your mom and take her to the safe house, she tells him. I'll get Isolde. If they can't find us, the council will be looking for them to take as hostages. We need to get them to safety before we confront Cody. We're going after him, I tell her immediately. Thames and I.
No, you're not, Cairo says roughly. We have to confront him together. It's the only way to survive. Bro, by the time you get Mom and Isolde to safety, Sydney's time might be up,
Thames reminds him.
Let us go ahead. Cody kidnaps Sydney because he wants Faline to come alone or outnumbered,
Cairo snaps. He seems close to losing control. A strange thing for him.
His entire focus since he got to GLS has been on her. Why?
I don't want you to go alone either, Lena, Cassia says. You're the only family I have left. I can't lose you. I won't be alone. I take Thames' hand. I have Thames. He would never let anything happen to me. Cassia starts to tear up again. I can't lose him either.
You aren't going to lose either of us,
Thames says, and he gives her a one-armed hug. He grips her tightly before he moves on to Cairo, doing the same.
We'll look out for each other.
Cairo is stiff. Cassia backs away and says, Stay alive, Lena, and save Sydney. Cairo and I will be right behind you.
This is the location of the safe house,
Cairo says. He grabs a sticky note, writes down an address, and then hands it to Thames.
If things go wrong, get out of there.
Thames nods.
I will, brother.
Cairo vanishes. So does Cassia. Their absence makes me realize we have little time to waste. Come on, Thames. I run outside, and Thames follows. I spread my wings and take to the air. Thames does the same behind me. His bat-like appendages beating furiously against the cold. It's starting to blizzard. A storm whips up furiously, as if it's a warning meant to keep us away. The snowfall is so thick, I can't see. The wind making it difficult to keep aloft. I'm only in jeans and a t-shirt, but I'm not cold. My Nephilim blood keeps me hot, along with my grief, my rage. I'm going to make Cody pay for everything he's done. Everything. I look to Thames. His entire form is burning, arms rippling with fire. I smirk. Cody might be a demon, but he has no idea that hell itself is coming for him. Chapter 18. Matthias wasn't being specific when he said Cody was somewhere in the Porcupine Mountains. They span over 2 counties and thousands of acres. Not to mention the tree cover makes it hard to see anything on the ground. Thames and I have been searching for a while now, and we haven't found anything.
Down there,
Thames points. I look down and see a group of Nephilim collected on the ground, 10 or so, their wings out and spread wide. At first, I get excited, thinking we got lucky. But no, Cody wants to be found. He chose somewhere out in the open, so I'd know exactly where to find him. Thames and I spiral down into the trees and take cover. We hang out in the topmost branches, looking downward. Cody is milling around the group. My original prediction is right. He's a demon. He's got bat wings, like Thames, but they're red in color, not black. Dark flames ripple around them, and the Nephilim Council backs up warily. Though they've agreed to work with him, it's obvious they're scared of him too. Then I see a familiar figure lying on the ground. Thames spots her the second I do.
"Lena, wait."
I don't listen. I drop down from the trees and flutter to Sydney's side, in front of Cody and the entire council. I grab her shoulders and shake her, speaking to her loudly. "Sydney! Sydney, wake up! Hey, Sydney!" She's breathing. Her eyes are open and blinking, and warmth still radiates from her skin. But there's nothing there. No vibrancy. No movement. No sign she even exists. Except that her shell is still left behind. Cody did something worse than what he did to Emily. Emily died, but she got to keep her soul. Cody took Sydney's from her. What's the point of having a life if you lose your soul?
"She can't hear you,"
Cody says in a sickening sing-song voice, teasing me. You sick... Cody lets out a cruel laugh.
"Name-calling isn't gonna help you now, Faline."
He spreads his arms wide.
"You still have a chance to join me. I'm more than willing to let you stand by my side."
He points to the council members behind him. The scars on his neck glint. It makes me thrilled. "I see you can't get rid of the reminder of what Thames did to you." I smirk. Cody snarls. He moves forward and grabs me by the front of my shirt and lifts me up.
"You'd better not mention that to me ever again," he growls. "Or I might just revoke my offer. Let go of her."
Thames arrived so quietly, I never even heard the rush of his wings. He's silent, deadly. Cody chuckles, but he slowly releases his grasp on my shirt.
"If you think I'm afraid of you, Cambion, you're sorely mistaken. Didn't seem that way when I threw you through a wall," he snarls. "I should have broken your neck."
"What does she feel like? Have you even had her?"
Cody taunts. He tilts his head and looks at me. "No, I guess not. Good. I like virgins." "I said, get away from her."
Thames' tone is even scaring me. Cody is foolish to play with him right now, or asking for a death wish.
"Oh, don't worry," Cody says.
He reaches out to run his fingers through the tendrils of my hair, and I shiver.
"I'll take good care of her after you're dead. She'll be screaming my name tonight one way or another. I'm going to kill you."
Thames growls. Then he changes. Thames' form becomes different. His skin is replaced by clumps of burning ash. Molten lava rolling in the place of veins. A black, jagged sword forms in his hand. And fire erupts until it has encased his body entirely. Cinders fall upon the ground as he takes a step forward. His wings become larger, and the spikes in his wings grow more twisted. Thames. He's scary in his main form. I back away, frightened. This is who he truly is. Behind that handsome exterior smolders a monster dying to be let out. It can't be contained or controlled. Whatever this thing is, it's ruthless. But underneath the demon from the underworld is my boyfriend, my true love, my Thames. Cody grins widely, and it's a horrifying grin.
"This should be fun."
Cody mutates too. His skin is replaced with red, pointy scales, each of them emitting their own flame. Curled horns sprout from the top of his head. His jaws widen so that his teeth are sharper than daggers. Claws tipped in flame grow from his hands, and his boots rip apart as monster feet burst free. When he laughs again, the sound is treacherous and deep, a gluttonous laugh from the depths of hell. I know better than to get between Thames and his prey. Two demons warring is not a place for anyone to be, not even a Nephilim. The Cambion and the demon charge. Cody gets his hands on Thames, and ash sprays everywhere. But Thames digs his feet into the earth and holds his ground. Thames tosses Cody several feet and opens his palms to spray flames toward the demon, but Cody spins out of the way. He opens his wings and soars toward Thames with his spikes directed at my boyfriend's heart. I scream, but Thames ducks and rams his shoulder into Cody's gut. Cody tumbles, then falls. He lands on his back. Thames tackles him, wraps his hand around his neck, and squeezes. Cody kicks Thames off of him. Thames goes flying across the area and into a tree. The impact causes it to topple over and set fire.
The tree tumbles into the rest of the forest, and the woods ignite. It begins a forest fire that quickly spreads through the Porcupine Mountains. Thames is fast, but Cody has the advantage. As a full-blooded demon, he's quicker and has more power. Thames shoots a fireball at Cody. When it hits him, Cody just laughs. Fire can't hurt him, not when he's in his true form. Thames realizes this. He grabs Cody and throws him back on the ground. With brute force, Thames begins pummeling Cody's face with every inch of force he can muster, trying to get him to change back into his human form. "What are you going to do?" Cody asks in that hellish voice. "Beat me to death?" "If that's what I have to do." Thames snarls before punching Cody across the face once more. Scales come off, and Cody gags. He grabs Thames by the neck and tosses him away. The two demons begin circling each other once again, looking for an in. The Nephilim Council is observing the battle in a very impassive way. Cody has friends, and Thames needs my help. He can't take them all on by himself, even if he manages to defeat Cody. I pick up Sydney's body and move her out of the way, to the edge of the clearing, so she won't be hurt in the brawl. The Nephilim Council is too immersed in the fight to realize I'm going to attack. I open my hand. My sword spawns with a great light, blinding the council members. They cringe away. I leap into the air and emit a roar, attacking them 3 at a time. "Resisting him is futile. Spare yourself and join us." A Nephilim screams as I parry away his blow. I dive in my sword as a feint, then whip it backwards and lop off the head of one of his friends. I'd rather die than join Cody, I swear. I'm outnumbered, and the Nephilim are closing in. I don't have much time. "Lena!" I look up. A sigh of relief ripples through me when I see 2 pairs of wings. One black, another white, tinged with blue. Clouds part, revealing their faces. Cairo and Cassia. They land beside me, Cairo's sword aloft, and Cassia's spear in hand. We begin dueling together, fighting back against the council that was once closing me in. Now the fight's fairer. With Cassia and Cairo helping me, we stand a chance. The sound of steel clashing and wings beating permeate the air. Smoke rises thickly into the sky as the forest continues burning around us. Cody and Thames continue to go at it, neither gaining any advantage. We're too well matched. Despite being outnumbered, Cassia, Cairo, and I can stand up to the council, but not take them down. This fight will go on forever, into the edge of eternity. "Enough of this!" A thunderous voice erupts, crackling like thunder over the land. Everyone stops what they're doing and looks up. A cry of joy ripples from my lungs as I witness my dad hovering over the scene. Down from the heavens comes my father. His main form is so beautiful that it brings tears to my eyes. Each part of him is shimmering, a perfect halo that creates a sun over the frozen land. Snow begins to thaw. The air immediately gets warmer, winter turning to spring. His skin is golden, and it ripples like water. He has 3 golden eyes in a row, all down the middle of his forehead, and 4 wings sprout behind his back. I can see why humans perish when witnessing such a sight. As a Nephilim, I can hardly comprehend it myself. How blameless my father is. How holy. We are saved. As my father lands, he changes. He turns back into his human self. The only angelic part of him that remains is his perfectly white wings. "Dad!" I scream. "You came for us!" Dad stares at me. He crosses the open area intently and proceeds toward Cody with deadly intent written on his face. He pushes Thames out of the way, reaches out his arm, and shakes Cody's hand. Chapter 19. There is nothing on this earth that hurts more than the sight of my father shaking hands with Cody. Not growing up alone and isolated from the world. Not my mother's death. Nothing. "Dad?" I whimper. My sword drops, tip pointing into the earth. Roman releases Cody's hand and looks at me. "I told you I had to speak with you, Faline," Roman says quietly. "I really wish you listened." Roman waves his hand, and the Nephilim Council backs off. Cody drops his main form, turning human again. I swear, the wicked expression on his face is far more terrifying than his horns.
Only when Cody changes does Thames turn back too. He morphs into his human form, although his wings stay firmly put. He coughs. A bit of ash filters out of his mouth and plops on the ground. "What is this?" I ask quietly. "I want an explanation."
"Faline, be careful."
Cairo is at my side. He has one hand on my shoulder and the other on Cassia's, protecting us girls. Cody snorts.
"Forget it, goody two-shoes. If Roman wanted you dead, you'd already be in heaven singing the Hallelujah chorus."
The way Cody talks about heaven, it's with contempt, bitterness, like he can remember being there and misses it, but yet despises it at the same time. Roman waves him off, and Cody falls silent.
"Cody is no more than a pawn, my dear,"
Roman says to me, and Cody flinches.
"He is simply the means to an end."
Roman glances at him.
"Though a necessary one."
"What's necessary?" I whisper. "How could you team up with that?" Cassia doesn't say anything. She stays rigidly by my side, hands still tightly wrapped around her spear. She doesn't trust him, no matter what he says. Roman proceeds toward me, but Thames takes a step in front of him. Roman sighs.
"Let me speak to my daughter, please."
Roman waves a hand, and Thames is thrown backwards. He sails up into the sky several hundred feet, and is frozen there, before he's brought smashing back down. I scream. Thames' body pummels the earth with such force that a hole is left around his body as he lands. The earth trembles. He groans, face twisted in pain. Thames tries to get up, but he can't. "I'm going to—" I start forward, but Roman raises his hand again.
"If you attempt to harm me, I will kill him,"
Roman says.
"Just hear me out."
I glance at Thames. He's still writhing on the ground. I long to go to him, but I have to figure out a way to get out of this mess. The mess I created. "Okay, speak." Roman's face is cool and calm.
"Since your birth, I have been training you for this ascension, Faline. I was sent to Earth by powers above to track down the fallen angels, the demons that plague this land, and bring them back to hell."
Roman shakes his head.
"But I quickly found, through the millennia, that no matter how many demons I killed or banished, more would always come. Even worse than the demons were mankind, how sinful and treacherous they are. I believed there was good in the world when I came, Faline, but humanity has convinced me otherwise. There is no saving them."
"No," I whisper. "It's not true." Roman ignores my outburst and continues.
"Everywhere I went, I saw crimes, murder, theft, rape, abuse, much of it without demonic influence. Despite countless second chances, humans continue to mistreat the world that God has given them, so I've decided to create a new way."
"A perfect world." Cody subs in. Roman glares at him, and Cody shuts up. Roman proceeds toward me.
"Imagine it, Faline. A world without pain or suffering, with us at its head. With the Nephilim Council at our side, and demons working for us, we can create a new world. A better world, where people don't have to be afraid. We will protect those who follow the law, and eliminate those who do not. Disobeying the rules will lead to execution, murders, rapists, greedy politicians, and scheming businessmen. All of them will be gone. The world will be clean again. There will be peace."
"What does this have to do with me?" I ask, though a churning feeling in my stomach makes me feel I already know.
"I knew I would have to make an army, create an elite set of warriors who would enforce these rules and make the humans behave."
Roman says.
"I would need to raise someone from birth to become the leader of this army. Someone who could train my soldiers and who would follow me without question. Someone who both the angels and the humans would listen to. A chosen one."
His eyes lock on mine.
"Someone who was half human, half angel."
Roman looks to Cassia.
"I thought your sister would be the one, but when her powers did not awaken, I conceived another child with your mother, and chose you."
"You bastard!" Cairo's pain rips out of him. His agony for Cassia is voiced aloud for all to hear. In that moment, I realize how much he loves her, and I admire him for it. Cassia doesn't seem affected by this, at all. It's like she expected our father to pull something like this, believed from the start he was bound to hurt her. It only makes me hate him more. I pause. I look at Cassia and her black wings. What if he's right? Going against my dad seems like a wrong, sick thing to do, even though what he's planning to do is even more sick and twisted. My God, am I that conditioned to follow his every command? I don't know, I admit. Maybe we are obligated to make the world better. I take a shuddering breath. But is this the only way? Thames killed Cassia's rapist. What my dad is doing is similar, right? He just wants to get rid of all the bad people and keep the good. Should I join him? Lena, no. Cassia leans over and grabs my arm. I know what you're thinking. The world isn't black and white. Morality isn't that way. Sometimes you've got to do bad to get good. But there's no way to put it in a shade of gray. Her black wings flutter. This is wrong. It's playing God. Roman says nothing, just waits patiently for my answer. The answer comes to me clearly, though painfully. Cairo's right. We can't play judge over this world, no matter how badly we want to make it better by doing so. It isn't our place. I'm not going to do this, I say. I'm not going to be a general for this sick dystopia you want to create. It's not right. Not right? Roman's eyes flash. What's not right is the thousands of sins humans commit every day against each other. Genocide, starvation, human trafficking. The list goes on and on. You and I have the power to stop all of it, and you say no. It's at the cost of their freedom. Humans aren't animals or slaves. They deserve to have a say in how their lives are run, I object. Think about what you're saying. If I had made this world 20 years ago, or 10, your sister wouldn't have been molested by that freak. Roman gestures to Cassia, and I wince. Think of how many women and girls we can save, Faline. Think of our utopia, a world without pain or suffering. It comes with consequences, yes, and it comes with sacrifices, but it is what must be done. No. Thames speaks weakly. He slowly clambers to his feet, face crumpled in pain as he does so. God didn't create this world so we could all follow the rules mindlessly, like robots. Love means nothing if it's not a choice. Thames is a miracle. Though he came from hell, Thames understands God better than any of us, understands that God did not wish to create a universe of people devoid of free will. If Roman's looks could kill, Thames would have died days ago. I don't expect you to understand, he spits, a thing of hell. How did you get the demons to side with you on this? I ask quickly. They don't want a perfect world. They want chaos. We have made a trade, Roman says, gesturing to Cody. In our new world, we will take the undesirables, the criminals, but also the sick, the unintelligent, and the old, those that bring society down, and hand them over to the demons to feed upon. In turn, they will leave our utopia alone. Oh my God. Cassia speaks for the first time. She slaps a hand over her mouth and bends over. This is making me sick. I've heard enough of this, I say. I'm not going to be your general. I don't even want to be your daughter. I'm sorry you see it that way, Faline. Roman sighs, but I'm sure you'll change your mind in time. He looks to the council. Kill the boys. I want both of my daughters left alive. Roman snaps his fingers. The Nephilim Council and Cody fly at us at once, ready to kill. But I'm not thinking of them. I'm not thinking of anything but getting to my father. I kill any Nephilim that gets in my way in my rampage toward Roman with my sword. Lena! Thames is so scared. He reaches out to grab me, but I dodge him. I have to try. Give it an attempt. To save the world, a sacrifice must be made. It's one that tears me apart to do. I scream loudly and dive my sword towards Roman's heart, but my blade stops inches from his chest, as if it cannot touch him. My Nephilim weapon is useless. Roman reaches out and grabs me. I struggle, but I can't move. He's got me pinned with one arm, my wings splayed against his chest. I feel like a little 5-year-old girl again, a girl that is uselessly fighting with her father, a man who is a dozen times stronger than she is, and always will be. I'm disappointed in you, Faline. Roman hushes. I cannot bear to kill you, but if you will not join me, I can't have you rising against me. I will have to break you. Roman grabs onto my left wing. I scramble to get away, but he holds me tightly. Above the sound of burning wood is a distinct crack. Pain like nothing in this reality shatters my existence. Thames looks up. The haunted dismay and horrid shock that reflects in his eyes makes me realize this isn't a bad dream.
Lena!
Thames stumbles toward me, running at full speed.
Please, don't do this.
Thames can't get to me in time. His begging falls on deaf ears. Roman bends my wing backwards so the bone is shattered. Feathers are ripped off my wings in the process. They fall slowly, like tears, onto the ground. Crack. 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 He shatters my left wing 3 more times before moving on to the other. I'm sobbing. Stars dot my vision, which wavers in and out. I'm about to faint, but Roman shakes me, demanding I stay awake for the rest of it. This is my restitution, he says, the punishment that I must take for the world's sake. Then he breaks my right wing in 2. I scream even louder. The sound that emits from my throat is one of lost salvation. Cassia and Cairo notice. Cairo's frozen, but Cassia's not. She's rushing to get to me, barreling through the Nephilim in her path.
One final break,
Roman mutters. He takes my right wing and smashes it in one motion. Several bones pop and shatter at once. Roman lets me go. I fall to the ground, broken, no longer able to stand or see. I don't know what's going on. It's like Roman took my soul from me, took who I was, took everything. My body begins to seizure. I flop like a flightless bird on the ground, useless and waiting to die. He destroyed my wings. A Nephilim cannot live without their wings. They will always die.
Lena, oh Lena.
Thames is here. He drops to his knees and gently drags me into his lap. I yell and cry with the movement. Thames cradles me within his arms and sobs. His hot tears sizzle as they fall onto my cold face. My mouth sags open. My eyes are distant, fading. I can feel paradise calling.
Lena!
Thames roars. He caresses my face and moves a few strands of hair out of my eyes.
Stay awake. Don't go. Don't leave me. Don't...
Cairo stands above us, shaking, staring. Cairo! Cassia says sharply. Her words bring him back. She's the only one with any sense right now. She's carrying Sydney's body. Sydney, who is already too far gone. I'm about to join her, or go to Emily, wherever she is.
Lena, don't you go.
Thames says harshly, a growl to his tears.
You stay with me. You go, I'm coming right after. Don't do this to me. I won't lose you.
Thames is all I have left to hold on to. If he wasn't here, I would have already left. But I can't bear to leave him. If he's here, then so am I. I want to stay here, be happy, live a long life with my Thames. I'm not that sure it's my decision to make. Consciousness begins to dim. I hear a rushing sound, and my body feels light. I'm teleporting somewhere, going anywhere. Heaven awaits. Chapter 20. The bed is soft, but it's dark in here. I shift. A lamp turns on, and I squint my eyes. I turn away from the brightness.
Don't move,
a loving voice says quietly.
You'll ruin the splints.
My eyesight is murky at first. Then it comes into focus. Thames is sitting in a chair across from me. His finger brushes my arm, up and down. I'm lying down in bed, flat on my back. A singular pillow supports my head. The room around us is bare and plain. Thames? I murmur, and he looks up. I feel like death warmed over. Where are we?
At the bunker.
He scoots his chair closer.
Don't worry. Nobody knows where it is except us here.
Who's all here?
Cairo, Cassia, Matthias, Isolde, and my mom. We're all safe.
Sydney?
Isolde's taking care of her,
Thames says.
Though we don't know how long she'll last. Bodies can't live without souls forever.
I move again. Thames jumps.
Don't push it. You'll ruin their hard work.
My wings. I blearily look up. They're suspended from the ceiling on elastic cords. White bandages are wrapped around my wings in various places. Despite the settings, they're still crooked and twisted. Still broken. Did they fix them? It sounds like a child's question.
My mom's a doctor, and Isolde's a nurse,
Thames says.
They did the best they could. We've been keeping you sedated for a few days, so they could set.
He clears his throat.
They, had to re-break a couple of bones to put it right. The way you screamed.
Thames turns green, like he's going to throw up. He jiggles his leg nervously, like there's still more bad news to tell. Will I be able to fly again? Thames' gaze is watery. He clasps his hands together and looks away for a moment.
We were able to save your life, but you'll probably never fly again. You can't. They won't support your weight.
No, I say thickly. No, Thames. No.
I'm sorry, Lena.
His fingers brush my hand again.
If there was another way.
A Nephilim who can't fly, I say hoarsely. You might as well kill me now.
Don't say that, he says desperately. I almost lost you back there. You were near death, if I hadn't gotten you to my mom when I did.
He makes a gasping sound and puts his face in his hands. I reach out with my fingertips and stroke his black hair. So soft. I thought I'd never run my hands through his hair again. What happened after I passed out? I whisper.
Cassia grabbed Sydney and teleported to the bunker. Cairo took you, and I followed right behind.
He raises his head.
I'm ashamed to say, I wasn't capable of doing anything at the moment.
Don't be, I say quietly. I would have been the same way if it was you.
Cassia kept us alive back there,
Thames says, rubbing his face.
She's the only one that stayed calm. If it wasn't for her, we'd all be dead.
Cassia, the girl that had endured everything, that had been through hell and back. She had stayed calm in a desperate and terrible situation because she had been there so many times before. What I went through, it was like daily life for her at one point. Before Cairo, that darkness was all she knew. She wears her black wings well. Thames coughs. A bit of black ash sputters from his lips and onto the floor. Are you okay? I ask.
I always cough up ash for a few days after being in my main form.
He tells me. Another puff of smoke comes tumbling out of his mouth.
It's nothing unusual.
Thames stands. He bends down over the bed to kiss me. The kiss is warmer than usual, softer, even cautious, like he's afraid of breaking me. I kiss back deeper. When he pulls away, I brush his stubbly cheek with my knuckles. Thames? He brushes my hair out of my eyes.
Yeah.
I swallow past a lump in my throat. I don't regret any of it. I sleep for a while longer. Despite being out of it for days, I'm still exhausted. My wings need to heal, as much as they can anyway. And for that, it takes a lot of energy. Thames doesn't leave my side. I doubt he has for days now. Cairo and Cassia are there when I awaken again. Cassia's holding my hand. I give it a firm squeeze, and she smiles at me. Hey, sis. Thanks for saving us back there, I say. It's no big deal, she whispers. You guys are my family. If anything happened to any of you, that's it for me. She looks at Cairo. Should we tell them the plan?
Plan?
Thames looks up.
What plan? The plan to take down Roman,
Cairo says, and he crosses his arms. Even he seems bothered by what happened. A pale, ghostly color has settled across his previously bright face.
We can't let him run loose. He'll continue with his mission, regardless of whether he has Faline or Cassia. I'm not letting Lena get anywhere near that monster ever again.
Thames says harshly.
He broke her wings. He nearly killed her.
Thames, I say softly, and he looks at me. If we don't stop him, he'll just do this to other people. This new world he wants to create. If it happens, there will be nowhere for us to go. Thames' jaw is heavily set.
Fine, but what do we do? He has the Nephilim Council and demons on his side. He has his own army. We're just 4 people. He doesn't have any angels,
Cairo says firmly.
My father is still out there. If we can find them and get the angels to side with us, we might stand a chance. Okay, bro, I get you'd like to be reunited with your dad, but we haven't had the best luck with fathers lately.
Thames says bluntly.
This has nothing to do with me,
Cairo snaps, and he points to his chest.
I'm doing what needs to be done, regardless of the emotional consequences. Are you willing to do the same?
That's enough. Cassia comes between them. We can't argue now. We need to be united together against this This sick vision Roman has.
Do you even know where Cairo's dad is?
Thames asks. Cairo stills. Cassia leans against the wall and says, Matthias is tracking him. It'll only take a few weeks, or maybe months, before we're able to get in contact.
Yeah, if Matthias doesn't get killed in the process.
Thames snorts. Thames, please try to be a little more positive. Cassia moves toward the door. Cairo follows her. Her shadow. By that time, Lena should be healed and ready to fight again. She looks at me. That is, if you still want to fight. I can understand if you don't. I'll be ready to fight, Cass, I say weakly. You have my word. Her kindly expression means the world to me. She's the only family I have left now. Good. I'll be in to talk with you later. Privately, she adds, as Thames opens and closes his mouth. Cassia leaves. Cairo glances at Thames, who glares at him in return. The moment the door shuts behind his brother, Thames mutters, Dumb shit. Thames, Cass is right. You've got to stay positive for me. I want to stop Roman. I settle into my pillows. And Cody, by the way. Thames' face sours at the mention of him.
I'm going to rip him to pieces.
We have to figure out how to kill them first. You saw what we did. We tried everything. Nothing worked.
Demons and angels can be killed, Cass. I've done it before.
Thames says.
Well, I haven't killed angels, but I used to kill demons every day. Cody is just too quick for me to get at his heart.
I sigh. I look down and say, Will you get in bed with me?
What?
He shakes his head.
No, I'll hurt you. Your wings.
Just be careful, I frown. I want to cuddle Thames. Please, I need to. Just hold me right now. Thames slowly rises from his chair. He looks down at the bed warily before he climbs into it. He settles slowly against my side as he avoids my wings. He tucks one arm underneath him and throws the other over my middle.
Hey,
he says quietly. What? I whisper back. It's peaceful in here. I like it.
Back at the beach, you asked me to make you a promise. What is it?
My lip wobbles. Am I yours? I ask. Always? Thames tenderly kisses my cheek.
Yes, Lena, you are mine. Always.
Always is my promise. Always is the word Thames has given to me, the vow of eternity, until Judgment Day, and even beyond. My father betrayed me, but I gained a sister, a brother, and my true love. I will stop at nothing to get revenge. Roman might want to create a utopia, but I will bring it down with the flames of hell at my heels and Thames by my side. I can't fly anymore, but I'm still a Nephilim. I'm still a fighter. I have managed to piece together the few parts of my soul I have left. I will get better, and the moment my feet touch the ground, I'm going to take flight. I no longer need to soar. Thames will be my wings. The end. The series comes to an epic conclusion, in truth, Book 3 of the Angels and Demons series. You can find more books from Megan Linsky by going to www.meganlinsky.com. This concludes Torture by Megan Linsky, narrated by Maria Posey. Copyright 2017 by Megan Linsky. Production copyright 2021 by Megan Linsky.